The slur wasn't as relevant in Brazil, it's clear that everyone was still weirded out by it because they know he's from a place where it's a much bigger deal. That and the DM being known for disliking the darker skinned character is a really blatant indication of racism at the very least. When you also account for the fact that he quickly shot down any attempt the party was making at having innocent fun while playing a game, it looks like the DM has no idea what he's doing and at this point is just trying to retaliate against the party. But this isn't even the climax, it gets way worse exponentially from here. At the time, I didn't know if it was all in my head or not, but I started to get annoyed by what appeared to be his attempt at flirting with my ex-girlfriend, various divine interventions, magic items chosen especially for her, and a ton of NPCs hitting on her. Much later, we found out that he was also being inconvenient in real life, liking all of her photos on Instagram, replying to all of her stories, etc. The Bard was really missing a lot of games, and once the DM brought an NPC to help us. At the beginning of our meeting, the NPC complained to the group saying that the Bard had been sleeping because he had a hangover and was just a lazy N-word. At that moment, we stopped the role-playing and spoke to the DM, saying that we were not going to accept this anymore, being in the game or not. After all, it was the second time. He defended himself by saying that he was just playing the character and etc. So, this time I had already done a mental check for racism as well. A week later, the Bard returned, and as the DM was doing his reintroduction with the NPC saying something like, "There you are, you little black shit," he said that in English, but in Portuguese this expression is very offensive. That was the straw that broke the camel's back for the group. When we raised our voices, he said, "I didn't call him the N-word." Even then, he was unable to realize how awful he is. And he started to complain that we don't take anything seriously, and that's why our country is in the situation that it is today. The DM using deeply offensive words with obviously bad intent, only to act surprised when people get upset with him is one thing, okay? But for him to try and conflate his D&D players with their country's hardships is actually laughable. "You play games for fun? No wonder you have a high crime rate. You can't trust people who laugh and play music and D&D, the DM said, clutching his $69,000 hospital bill. You showed them, Cletus. So xenophobia? Checked. In fact, I don't even know if it's that or if it's just plain prejudice, because he's the foreigner and not us in this context. I was waiting for the moment he was gonna say something like, "You bunch of Mexicans," or something like that. I was usually the one who did all the talking, even because I work with the guy, thank God for online classes, but this time my ex talked about how uncomfortable he made her feel, and the ranger, who is the calmest and most balanced person I know, loses his shit on him. He yelled, asking what the fuck he was doing in this damn country and why he hadn't returned home since nobody wanted him here. He said it was disgusting how he treated others, including women, and that he would be much happier going back to the States to marry his redneck cousin or something. The DM left the call after repeating several times, "I'm not a redneck, I'm from Virginia! I'm not a redneck, I swear, I'm from Virginia!" My only concern is knowing that this guy has access to a bunch of high school teenagers and that he might be some kind of role model for them. Even more so with an intriguing story about war, living in different countries, etc. But what's better than a racist getting the boot? A racist catching a fist. This is the story of someone who was so obnoxious, so intolerable that he got KO'd. I won't keep you waiting any longer. Roll post. This was a few years back when 5e was still next and I was a freshman in college. The roommate I was assigned with in the dorms was pretty weird. We'll call him Roomy. Roomy had some strange ideas, including people who smoke should be executed, My Little Pony should be mandatory watching for all children, and vegans were going to burn in hell, among other really bizarre and terrible takes. Though Roomy was weird, he was alright to play D&D or video games with, and he played in a 3.5 game I was running. Roomy asked me if I wanted to join in his D&D Next playtest game. He said it was a pre-written module with pre-generated characters, and I agreed. I knew everyone else we were playing with. My future roommate, the future best man at my wedding, and a guy who I had a history class with. It was an alright group of people, and I was looking forward to it. The pre-generated characters were something as follows. Tiefling Warlock, Human Barbarian, Dwarf Fighter, Drow Ranger, Halfling Rogue, Half-Elf Sorcerer, and Dragonborn Paladin, as well as a Human Cleric. So we picked our characters. I picked the Human Barbarian, my future roommate chose the Halfling Rogue, History Guy chose a Human Cleric, and my best man chose the Tiefling Warlock. And as best man picked his character, Rumi said, "Hey God, I think this character would be better for you," and slid K the Drow. Puzzled, the best man asked why the ranger would be better for the party when there was already a barbarian with most of the same abilities and a rogue to fill the gaps. Rumi simply responded, well, you know. You see, the best man is black. His name is a traditional West African name, and his last name is Arabic. He is Muslim. The rest of the party is white as snow, but race has never been an issue with us because we're all nerdy as hell and bond over the same kinds of things. But it seemed like Rumi was implying something based on Best Man's IRL ethnicity. Best Man responds, "I know what. I don't see why you want me to play a ranger." Rumi, "Look at the ranger's race." Best Man, Drow, "You want me to play a dark-skinned character because I'm black?" he said, that last bit with a nervous chuckle. Rumi, "Well, yeah, everybody picked the correct skin color." This Rumi character is either actually mentally ill or has balls harder than his capacity for blatant racism. Telling a black guy to his face that he chose wrong because he's black is just about the worst D&D take I've ever heard. My best man then said, "Can't my tiefling be black?" Again, kind of nervous about where this is going. Rumi, "Tieflings are red. I wouldn't have invited you if I knew you were going to act like an N-word." The table was silent for a second. I chimed in, "Dude, shut the fuck up." Best man said, "I'm a what?" Rumi said it again. Hard R. Not even a second passed and my best man's fist went straight into the Rumi's face. Hard. His nose was bloodied and he was crying. We all just left, disgusted. Best man helped me pack up my room that night while future roommate filled out the form to request me as his roommate. We never talked to Rumi again after that, and eventually I ended up running that D&D Next module, which was just a bastardized Keep on the Borderlands, but it was fun, and Best Man got to be a tiefling. TLDR, my roommate ran D&D and tried to force a black player to be a drow and then got punched in his face when he dropped an N-bomb. Oh, sweet schadenfreude. Hopefully that kid learned a lesson on not being the worst backseat player anyone's ever seen. But with that, I leave you all with some more tales of D&D pain on the left. You won't regret watching them. Or you will. But isn't that the end goal? Till next time.
Man, it's Valentine's Day. We should do some kind of romance story, but I mean, right now I'm not seeing a lot of really, really good ones. Maybe. Alright, let's try to find a. Oh, that was fast. Oh, hell yes. My first ever D&D experience was a game set among friends. It was mostly new players, but it was implied to me that the DM was experienced and knew the setting well. Because I was new, I missed a bunch of immediate red flags. We were playing 3.5 Eberron with literally every expansion and addition allowed. In fact, the DM was disappointed when his entirely new group of players all chose to play fairly simple archetypes instead of somehow magically knowing how to play exploitive and game-breaking combos by comboing multiple versions together that were clearly not written with compatibility in mind. Nonetheless, we were all excited. I was a changeling sorcerer posing as an elf with an existing relationship with another party member, our fighter. We also had a rogue, bard, and ranger. The players were all keen and ready. Since it is relevant, both the rogue player and myself are female. Everyone else, including the DM, is male. Oh boy, it's gonna be one of those days. There was no session 0. The first session was literally to be we were all meeting at a tavern to sign up for the same job. No motivations, no real plot hooks, but I also heard a lot of games start out like this, so Unfortunately, I had to miss the session at the last second due to work, and when I asked how it went, I got mixed reports. Fighter friend told us that he'd signed us up for the job, as he agreed, and then said that Ranger player had arrived drunk and spent most of the session being incoherent or just picking fights. This included an infamous moment where he insisted that he could use his swim skill to dance on the floor. I'd sorta had my hopes up for a grand adventure story, but it seemed like the vibe of the group was going in a sillier direction. Okay, no worries, that could still be fun. Then we got to the next session, and some problems started to crystallize for me. The party swung by to pick up my character en route to our employer, who had an airship. This airship would become the bane of our entire existence. It was magically enhanced to be impenetrable to basically everything, and filled to the brim with level 20 NPCs of unusual races and classes, all exploiting every weird nuance of 3.5 as much as possible to maximize their power. It was literally a boat full of DMPCs, right down to his favorite self-insert. This wasn't a secret. The DM would gleefully brag about his OP combo class builds and how they were unbeatable. Meanwhile, we're all on level 1, and immediately, I'm seeing a problem with the story. Why are we being hired by these gods? I'm not super excited about a game that's basically running errands for people much more powerful than us. But hey, the DM insists he has a plan, so maybe this is all a front or something. Rogue player is having her first session as well, and both her and my sorcerer were skittish about the job for different reasons. DM then declared that our minds were being read by multiple characters on the ship and refused to let us save against the effect because they're too powerful, lol. I objected to this, pointing out that my character had certain things that she would want to keep private and was basically told, too bad. I felt like I had the option of being that player who makes things difficult unnecessarily by refusing to buy into the plot or swallowing my objections and hoping it got better. I chose the latter, which became a bad habit throughout this campaign for me. The DM was young and earnest, and I genuinely was hoping that somehow, someway, it would all get better. This session continues with DMPCs flexing on us aggressively, making everyone in the party sign binding contracts that would basically insta-kill us if we ever tried to leave the airship without permission or tell anyone about our employment. When my sorcerer objected to this, I was told that the fighter had signed up on her behalf, and so she was already employed, so shut up and stop asking questions. The rogue was similarly reluctant, but the DM basically rushed along, saying, "You all sign up and we just move on." We're then given an objective. Go to a house and pick up something from the person there. Expect some trouble, the guy hasn't checked in recently. Okay, cool, a dungeon. Maybe this will be better. You've probably noticed by now that I'm not filling in any plot elements. That's because there were basically none. The DM actively refused to world build for us. We would ask for descriptions and get maybe 2 words about the area we're in. Every character had one of 2 personalities, apathetic and bored, or sarcastic and mean. I'm not exaggerating this at all. Whenever we pushed back on how boring the situation was, he would either send us fanfic about his DMPCs or complain we didn't read the Eberron guidebook from cover to cover and memorize all the details. All the while, he claimed to be an amazing storyteller. In this dungeon, more problems arose. It became immediately apparent that the dungeon was built like his DMPCs, exploiting a bunch of 3.5 mechanics none of us were even remotely familiar with, and therefore filled with overpowered monsters that could basically all but one-shot our squishy little level 1s. At the last second, one of the ship DMPCs bursts through the roof and slaughters everything in one turn. I was praying at this point that this was all just an introductory session and that we'd face a reasonable challenge next week. Maybe. Surely. Well, for the next few sessions, the pattern was the same. Throw our party at a challenge that wasn't even remotely scaled to our level, all but murderous, and then when he realized that we were about to TPK, send in his level 20s to rescue us. This was incredibly demoralizing and unfun. Myself, Rogue, and Bard all started playing our characters as frustrated and digging in our heels on these missions that we were clearly not qualified to go on. Fighter player was a sweetheart and didn't want to cause waves, so he played his character as more agreeable, if worried for Sorcerer's safety. This upset the DM because apparently we were supposed to be delighted at how cool and brave his DMPCs were for saving us all the time. We tried to explain multiple times what we weren't enjoying, and it was like talking to a wall. He'd nod, say he got it, and then literally do the same thing again. Then he got dismissive and even a bit jerkish that we kept bringing up this not having fun problem. Okay, looking back on it, we should have quit. In fact, Ranger player did quit, citing work obligations. Smart guy. So, why didn't we? Well, we were all friends outside the game, and we didn't want the bridge burned. The DM was young and had some mental health problems we were trying to tread carefully around too. Finally, we really liked our characters, and we really wanted to love this game. This group was thirsty for a genuine story that we could dig our teeth into, and I think we all sort of believed that if we just held on long enough, we'd somehow get that. Anyway, eventually Rogue player put her foot down and said she did not want to play a game where she was just a damsel in distress, and she wanted a real adventure that was possible for us to complete. And, because the DM had a very unsettled secret crush on her, he suddenly took it very seriously. He had no idea. Oh no, he'll fix that right away! Okay. Alright, maybe we'll finally see something different? The next session started out the same. We are trapped on the airship, surrounded by NPCs that could kill us with a flick of their pinky and treat us all like garbage, and we're being told about some new mission to do, and then suddenly, we were attacked. Something ultra-powerful has breached the defenses of the OP ship. We run to see what was attacking and see a single man basically slaughtering the entire ship. And okay, we obviously could not take that, but it felt more like a video game cutscene with the final boss than an actual encounter, and I was good with that. The man taunted us, refused to kill us for being literally too weak to be worth his time, and then took off with a MacGuffin that they'd hidden on the ship, leaving us with one living NPC, and the party on an airship surrounded by corpses. My mind was spinning with possibilities. We're the only people alive who know about the MacGuffin and its world-ending properties, and that this guy has it. We're not powerful enough to stop him now, but maybe if we go on a quest to uncover some sort of weapon to counter him. The Bard is a member of a family that gathers information, so maybe we could start there. It felt like we were finally loose from our shackles and given an actual adventure. And then the DM describes the rogue's character abruptly awakening to a special power. And then he describes her feeling an overwhelming urge to go and touch all of the dead NPCs with her glowing hands. And when he doesn't do it fast enough for his liking, he just takes over and narrates her touching all the dead people and them instantly healing and reviving until the whole ship is suddenly alive again. So all the NPCs are alive again, and we have no reason to step up and take responsibility for the situation at all. In fact, it's literally their problem. My sorcerer declares that this is way above her pay grade and she wants out. She demands to be fired. End of session. Before the next session, the DM sent me a whiny message complaining that my character wanting to quit was really messing up his plans. I told him, quite bluntly, that the only thing she had keeping her there was her fighter friend, and the massacre of an entire airship of OP NPCs right in front of her very much overrode that. I had tried to be flexible about this, but this situation was ridiculous, and no reasonable person would stick around after that, at least not without an amazing reason. She doesn't trust the NPCs not to get her killed, and she doesn't trust that they can protect her now. It's on him as the DM to create reasons for my character to stay, and no, threatening her was not a good reason to stay. Huge dick move on my part? Yes. No. It's a perfectly reasonable move on your part, but anyway. I don't really regret it though. This ended the era of me being soft and gentle to the DM about his flaws. The next session started with the captain of the ship giving a big speech that the DM assured me would make your character feel better about feeling weak. The speech can basically be summed up as, we deliberately let him take the MacGuffin and murder us as part of our master plan, and we secretly knew that the rogue had magical revival powers all along, and that Big Bad would swat her out of existence because of his arrogance, and now we have the upper hand. Yeah, so now my sorcerer thinks they're powerless to stop him, and also complete morons. Luckily, I didn't voice this out loud. Anything you mentioned your character thinking was fair game for the multiple mind readers on the ship to pick up on and yell at you about. This is getting super long, so I'm going to summarize the next few atrocities. The airship at first seemed like it was going to be our hub world between missions of sorts. It very quickly became our prison. There were multiple times I can remember when a character in the party would be protesting an NPC, or a mission, or anything, and the DM would smugly remind us that we are X amount of feet in the air, and if they don't like it, they could just leave. Between this and the insta-kill magic contracts, we were basically forced to do whatever dumb errands the NPCs didn't feel like solving with their infinite powers that day. Any attempt to make a private space in the ship was fruitless. Our rooms didn't have locks, and hiding in some dark corner was impossible because of the unresistible mind readers. When the bard tried to use a spell to block his door, an NPC Kool-Aid man burst through the wall just to make a point. I wanted a spell that would let my sorcerer make a private pocket dimension, and the DM rejected it because private pocket dimensions can't tether to relative objects. Okay, except that the airship already had multiple pocket dimensions tethered to it. 3/4 of the party members relied on magic in some way. The ship had anti-magic capabilities built into it. It wasn't uncommon for them to force us into a room, activate the anti-magic so we couldn't use magic to leave, and then yell at us about how disrespectful, lazy, awful, selfish, and ungrateful we are, etc. Finally, we had no say in where the airship was going and why. This point would have mattered more if we could distinguish between any of the locations. Bard player found this the most irksome since he wanted to check in on his family in a particular city, but DM didn't want him to use his information gathering family background to gather information. So we were always conveniently anywhere but there. My character had not yet revealed that she was a changeling and was constantly questioning the NPCs and picking holes in their plans. DM got pissed about this and outed her to the party via his self-insert NPC, also a changeling, so a very important character detail that I had been waiting to reveal in a cool way instead was taken from me because he wanted to punish me for not blindly going along with what he wanted. The group did manage to salvage some interesting inter-party conflict out of the mess, but I was capital P pissed. He later insisted he didn't do it out of pettiness, but his precious and perfect NPC decided that Sorcerer keeping secrets was hurting the party, and he was doing her a favor by exposing her. From that point forward, my Sorcerer was openly and unapologetically hostile to that NPC, and he was always shocked that she despised him for outing her. He now couldn't say he was unaware of the problems with the over-leveled encounters and NPCs, especially as the party were refusing to cooperate in character. This meant that we had to start playing the justification game! Why was this weak level 2 party being sent to do missions that one level 20 NPC could manage in an hour?
Well, you see, if the NPCs ever leave the ship, they're instantly attacked by horrifying monsters.
What about all the other times the NPCs clearly left the ship to bail us out?
Ignore those don't count.
Why is it our problem that they lost their MacGuffin in a storm of terrible planning? Reminder that the plan included all of them dying?
Because you should want to save the world?
Okay, no, we'd like to leave.
Well, if you leave, you'll be instantly murdered by a powerful cult that wants to kill the rogue because of her magic revival powers.
Okay, then how will we go on missions?
Oh, no, the cult will only murder you if you leave when you're not supposed to.
So on and so forth. He just couldn't admit that there was a problem with his lazy setup, and so just kept chaining us down more and more so we'd stay on the railroad. The rogue player was interested in becoming a lycanthrope. I'm going to confess right now, I have no idea how this is supposed to work in 3.5, except that it apparently instantly saw her gain 10 levels. Instead of, worrying about balance, the DM instantly gifted this to her because of his crush. For the record, rogue player wasn't aware of the crush and was incredibly uncomfortable once it became public. Girl was very much in love with someone else and oblivious to the nice guy act happening. So now the whole party is not only weaker than everyone on the ship, but also their own party member because DM thinks this will somehow get him in her pants. The OP and boring encounters continued. I can barely remember a distinct battle from this game because so many of them were just,
you're in a square room and there's X number of mooks
fights. Social encounters were similarly boring. Either the character would completely stonewall us because he didn't want us to try to go that way, or they would be petty, sarcastic, and mean. I also started to notice that all the DMPCs would be abruptly hostile at the same time if the DM was pissed at the player. I took the brunt of this. My character was insulted for being angry at being outed, frightened at being nearly murdered on a mission, and betrayed when an NPC completely and utterly recklessly put her in danger. Her concerns were only valid if another party member backed her up. The only saving grace of these games was the party roleplay. I loved the connection between Fighter and my sorcerer. They were the de facto brother and sister and would have long conversations about the ship and their situation. She gained a close friend in the rogue eventually, resulting from the Changeling reveal and fallout, so the DM actually claimed credit for it. She even had a friendly rivalry with the Bard, nobody picks on him but me sort of thing. My happiest times in this game were building these relationships. Naturally, the DM insisted on forcing his NPCs into every single conversation we had. If the party had an in-joke, cute scene, or in-game competition, suddenly the NPCs would appear and try to co-opt it. One time, he literally forced his way into a heartfelt conversation between Sorcerer and Rogue to have his self-insert tell Rogue not to be afraid, they were all her family now, and gave her a ring of invisibility. Sorcerer was literally shoved out of the game until I pointed out I was still there and got a half-hearted, "Oh yeah, you too, I guess." That was the first time Rogue players started to realize she was getting special treatment. Our Bard died in one of the overpowered fights. Oh well, Rogue has a magic revival power, right? Nope. The DM suddenly said it doesn't work and demanded we fork over all of our money for a resurrection scroll instead. He later proudly told us, out of character, this was his solution to us accumulating too much wealth for our party level. He was the one that set our salary. He had this whole thing about the party members falling in love and having babies. This began with a silly gag about the Bard and Rogue, and then was quickly taken too far by the DM. Bard had his memories modified at some point, and the DM told me he intended to push the relationship between the two by creating false memories because it'd be funny. I told him Rogue wouldn't like that, and he, of course, dropped it. He also pressured me to have my character be more spontaneous with your shape-shifting. Many changelings in his world were solely purposed to work in brothels, and my character was considered prudish for not having the same opinion of shape-shifting as his self-insert. He demanded the Warforged develop feelings for one of his NPCs, and claimed the Bard didn't seduce enough. It got old. The whole party got sick of the imbalance and complained, so the DM took a 3-week sulk break and then came back and announced a sudden time skip in which all of our characters would level from 4 to 12. Apparently, we all took apprenticeships under different ship NPCs, despite the entire party being indifferent to them at best. Okay, fine, whatever. Maybe he's better at designing encounters for a higher level party. Yeah, no. He just wanted an excuse to abuse higher level stuff like level 9 spells. The first encounter we had post the leveling was an underground square room that had no shadows. The rogue's build relied on shadows for her sneak attack, and she was super excited to use it and feel powerful for once. We faced a wizard with 10 times the normal amount of hit points who trounced us until an NPC stepped in. The rogue pretty much thinks the encounter was designed to put her in her place for being too excited for being powerful. Not even she is allowed to be more powerful than the mighty DMPCs. Fighter player wanted his character to have a bit of a cool backstory as a wandering warrior who vanished when he joined my sorcerer when she was young. DM agreed to this, and then never brought it up once. Fighter wasn't asking for much, just a unique rumor or maybe the occasional NPC recognizing him as a fighter who saved them from bandits or something. But DM never once utilized this. All the other Warforged on the ship were just cooler and stronger than him, and nobody gave him the time of day because he was the dumb fighter. This kind of broke the player's heart because he was frankly the one trying his hardest to make the game work. He went along with the NPCs, suspended his disbelief so hard I'm surprised it didn't hurt, and encouraged our characters to help out when they very much did not want to. How hard it would have been to give him this one thing. He described the ship getting together for... Why? Why do these things happen? I like how the OP says that this is a regular occurrence. Yes, fellow stable humans and D&D players, come down for your regular or... When we all noped out of that aggressively, we were prudes again. Oh, God Ex Machina. Near the end, I had a moment where my character left the airship and wasn't planning on returning when the NPCs wanted her to. DM literally decided to have the god of her faith descend from the celestial planes to tell her to go back to the ship and respect her NPCs and follow orders like a good little servant, or they would curse her. Said god was a trickster god who favored discourse and shaking up the natural order of things, so I told the DM my sorcerer thought she encountered an imposter. He got offended and whined that I needed to just go back to the ship already. I tried over and over again to get him to improve. I sent him resources, I wrote feedback on unsatisfying scenes and things he could try differently. I called out the creepy stuff in and out of game. Boy was I sick of him bothering Rogue at this point. He would constantly pretend to take what I said on board and then completely ignore it when it wasn't 100% praise for him and his amazing stories. In general, DM just had no idea how to give us what we wanted, but we weren't complicated as players. All we wanted was an adventure and face challenges that we could overcome without needing to be rescued. The problem was, the DM didn't want to run a game or an adventure. He wanted a captive audience for his amazing NPCs and their story. This all went on for about a year or so. By this point, the game was basically a social trap. The DM was heavily involved in the club we played at and our local social groups, and was known for tantrums. We all felt like quitting the game would basically cause an apocalyptic event. Not to mention, nobody was communicating about how they felt with the other players, so everyone kind of had the feeling that leaving would be ruining the fun for everyone else. It was geek social fallacies at work, basically. That all changed one fateful night. I was at a party, chatting with an unrelated person, and I was quite drunk. "You're in DM's game, right? I heard him say it was going amazingly and you all were having a really fun time." I am pretty sure it was the alcohol that possessed me, but I kind of just snapped and started ranting. For an hour and a half straight, I poured out every feeling about this game to my poor friend, who handled it like an absolute champ. By the time I was done, I knew I had to quit. It was affecting me way too much. No D&D is better than bad D&D. I told the other players my intentions first, and well, that's when we found out everyone felt the same thing, but had been too polite to bring it up, and collectively as a group, we all agreed it was done. Then we agonized over a kind but firm message to the DM to tell him that we were done, that would minimize the chances of him having an absolute meltdown about it. That took 3 days. Fortunately, DM took us all quitting with a relative amount of grace, at least initially. He later got drunk and passive-aggressive and loudly talk about us being bad players who hated fun and how
I gave you everything you wanted, and you were greedy and wanted more.
Personally, I sincerely hope that he learned something from that experience. Like, maybe having 4 players drop you like a sack of hot potatoes would give you a serious reality check, but nope, it was the players who were wrong. I stepped back from DM as a friend after this. The game was a strong factor, but he was getting insufferable outside of the game as well. Just a lot of passive aggressiveness, creepiness towards women, and constantly excusing any crappy behavior with, "But I'm mentally ill." There was also a weird period where I think he somehow expected us all to crawl back to him and beg him to start the game up again. Like he would smugly tell Fighter Player that he was playing/running
5 different games, and I'm having so much fun, and gosh, how many games are you guys playing? Oh right, none.
Joke's on him, though. Remember the first friend I drunk ranted at for a disproportionate amount of time? Well, turns out he's a DM and he's considering starting a story-heavy campaign. Just needed players, and oh my, we all just became available. We've been playing in a story-rich 5th edition campaign for about a year now, and it is amazing. New DM is a treasure, and we all absolutely adore and cherish him. The combat is hard but not unfair. The NPCs are varied, interesting, and fun, and most importantly, there are no airships. Alright, you guys still with me? That was fun, but we are not quite done yet. Eyes up. We still have a part 2. So I was chatting with one of my fellow players about that campaign. He played the fighter. Ranting about the game here was cathartic and stirred up some old memories, so we were joking about some specific really bad moments and comparing them to our current campaign that had really good moments. It was nice. "It could have been worse, I guess," I said, thinking of some of the things I've read on this sub. He could have had one of our characters or something else awful. A guilty look comes over Fighter Friend's face, and my stomach drops. I ask him what's up. He tries to play it off, but I'm pushy, and eventually he relents. When the campaign ended, we thought the DM handled it amicably. There was some passive-aggressive clinginess when we joined a new game with a different DM, but overall, I genuinely believed he had handled a pretty harsh social event with a degree of maturity. It was pretty much the only thing that kept me from dropping him as a friend altogether at that very moment. Well, apparently, I didn't have the full story. Fighter Fred had kept it from me because he knew it would really upset me, which I don't blame him for, because it really upset me. So it turns out that the DM took the campaign ending with all the grace of a reversing dump truck without tires, and I guess he blamed me specifically for it? Apparently he went to Fighter Friend and demanded to know if I had pressured the group into quitting. Fighter Friend was super non-combative and had a bad habit of telling people exactly what they wanted to hear, but he claims he did not throw me under the bus here, which was nice. DM was left to deal with the fact that 4 players had aggressively quit on him. A bit of time goes by, and DM and Fighter Friend are at another social event. Just them, nobody else from the game. DM proudly told Fighter that he had written an epilogue about where our characters ended up. Fighter friend, having listened to me and Rogue Player in particular complain about how the DM railroaded our characters, was nervous about this and asked for details. Okay, for starters, Bard and Rogue got married. The players had no serious interest in their characters being romantic and never had. There was one moment where the Bard confessed his undying love to get the Rogue out of an arranged marriage, but it was clearly a joke/buff. Side note, the DM had the Bard roll to see if the confession was true. Bard refused. DM later told Fighter that he was going to fudge the roll because he wanted them to get together so badly. Fighter got married to a random NPC that he had interacted with a bit more than the rest of the random NPCs. Even though he was a Warforged, which was a giant suit of sentient armor that didn't really do complex emotion, this NPC was apparently so adorable and great that he developed emotions just so he could love her. Never mind his sibling relationship with my character that had been going on for years. That wasn't real love. This love interest character was under 18 during our campaign, so apparently they got married after she came of age. Ew. And my sorcerer. Well, the only mention that she gets is that she got wrapped at Bard and Rogue's wedding. But it's cool because Fighter ripped out the spine of her attacker. Rogue's wedding. But it's cool because Fighter ripped out the spine of her attacker. So, some context. By the end of the campaign, we were all multiclassing into weird prestige classes just to have a hope to survive these crappy encounters. My character was a changeling, so I went with a class called Recaster, which let her do permanent, hands-free spellcasting, as well as a limited number of free, quickened, and enhanced spells. Thanks to the DM's terrible battle planning, I easily had the highest kill count in the group, thanks to all the mooks standing within fireballing distance. This was before you got into her taking spells like Flushed Stone, Disintegrate, Prismatic Ray, and other just screw this encounter magic. The concept that somebody would be able to overpower her long enough to do that was absolutely laughable. This girl never let anyone get close to her, and even if she did, she was armed to the magical teeth. She wore her mage armor to the market. The party teased her for her paranoia constantly. But okay, let's assume this guy was some ultimate evil with an anti-magic dick or something. Right after the DM basically claims I'm personally responsible for his campaign ending, his epilogue comes into existence, where everyone else's characters get married and have babies, but my character gets punished with some... Yeah, righto, buddy. Real subtle. Poor Fighter had been pretty young when all this went down, think 18, while the rest of the group was 24 plus, and he absolutely didn't know how to respond to this. I mean, he knew it was bad, but he didn't know what to do about it. He asked the DM to send him a copy of the epilogue, claiming curiosity but wanting proof. The DM never came through though. I'm guessing maybe he realized that providing written evidence of this screwery wouldn't work out well for him. In the end, Fighter Friend decided to pretend like he'd never heard about the epilogue until we were talking the other night. I do not blame him. In my last post, I defend the DM here and there by saying he was young, inexperienced, and oblivious. I take it all back. I am disgusted that after I gave him kudos for mostly taking the ending of the campaign well, this turned out to be the reality. He's a grade A asshole, and I am done. What can be said that hasn't been said already? This story is quite famous for a reason. There is so much going on here, it's pretty much the quintessential RPG horror story. We have simping, nice guyisms, DMPCs, terrible plot, horrible response to criticism. I mean, it has absolutely everything, and it is quite something. Now, first and foremost, I'm going to say that this DM has no excuse. Being young or having a mental disability is not an excuse for the nice guyisms, the hatred of criticism, and the ridiculous reaction to the game ending that this DM had. That fanfiction at the end was downright disturbing, and this DM has no excuse for making that. Also, side note, this guy wasn't like 15, he was 20.
They are no longer children. They have no excuse.
Thank you, Kratos, literal god of war. This kind of behavior is just not okay, especially when at this point, you're a full-grown adult. Nor does he have an excuse for not understanding why his players were not having fun, considering that the OP of the story, she went out of her way to make it very clear what was going on. Not in a rude way, clearly. This player is the dream. I mean, sending your DM criticism, sending them notes, giving them feedback, a lot of DMs would kill for that kind of thing. But this DM is a whole other beast entirely. The simping for the rogue and making her horribly uncomfortable during the game, not good either. Nice guyisms are very bad and should not be a part of D&D or a part of anything, to be frank. The DMPCs are the epitome of everything that can go wrong with them. They are absolutely ridiculously overpowered, stole the spotlight from the players, and positively ruined the game. This DM is like the Tommy Wiseau of Dungeons & Dragons, somebody who's fundamentally untalented and has no desire to grow, learn, evolve, or do anything of the sort, creating a horrible product without any regard to criticism or self-improvement. Hell, the creepiness towards women checks out too. This guy really is the Tommy Wiseau of Dungeons & Dragons. But anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed this episode of RPG Horror Stories. Thank you so much to Crit Crab for allowing me to use this story that he covered in a very famous video. Please check out the original if you want to hear Crit Crab read this. It's a few years old, but it's still a good one, and it's what got me into this whole series in the first place. If you guys enjoyed this episode, then please do leave a like. It really helps me out. If you want to see more of my content, then please do check out my Q and Play series, where I answer your questions while playing some video games. And while you're there, subscribe to Crispy's Tavern to get more of our content right as it comes out. And finally, if you want to leave your own stories or thoughts, go down to the comments down below. If you can't think of a comment, leave the comment airship to reference this infamous story and to let me know you made it to the end of the video. In essence, like, comment, subscribe. Happy Valentine's Day. I will see you all next time. Farewell. This is a comment from r/RPG horror stories, but it's not a horror story in the traditional sense where somebody's ranting about something that happened to them. This comment is just a horror story in itself.
Yeah, every
Greetings, adventurers, and welcome back to the Den of the Drake. Other dragons hoard gold while I hoard internet cringe. You know what really grinds my gears? The fact that Paladin is the #1 chosen class by RPG horror story antagonists. Which really sucks because I have the same pathetic love for Paladins that Quentin Reviews has for Garfield, Soylent, and the Nostalgia Chick. I would argue that Paladins have the most potential for interesting role-playing moments out of any class in the game, but it's always overshadowed by those who like to don the plate armor of tomfoolery and smite the ever-loving bejesus out of any kind of human decency. These types of Paladins perform their lawful stupid shenanigans out of a need for attention. They need to simultaneously be the party's face and moral compass. It's like if someone were to place themselves as the central figure of a YouTube channel about D&D, and then ham-fist their own opinions and stories into the video as if it were an objective, oh my god, have I been that guy the whole time? Nah, that would require me to take responsibility for my actions, and I ain't about that shit. The story I have for you today stars one of these self-absorbed Paladin players, as they attempt to throw the alignment chart out the window and shoehorn chaotic evil douchebaggery into their lawful good character. How progressive. Now, without any further delay, let's go ahead and dive right into the horrifying world of r/RPG horror stories. Enjoy. This week's story comes from user Spicy Crab and is titled The Lawful Good Paladin Who Desperately Wanted to Be Evil. I've sat on this story for years after browsing this Reddit for quite a while, and I would love to vent it all out. The setup. New DM homebrews 5e campaign for all players, 7 in total. Forbids making evil characters to start because it's not an evil campaign. Everyone agrees. Characters: Ranger, me, Bard, Sorcerer, Monk, Barbarian, Paladin, the problem player. Paladin, out of game, was a real douche to play any game with, tabletop RPG or otherwise, as he was the kind of person who singularly derived enjoyment from annoying or ruining the games for others. In TTRPGs, he self-inserted and took everything said and done in character personally, and would out of character act out for it. Initially, he played his paladin fine, albeit kinda weird. He had a bad habit of approaching NPCs and giving them vague statements of warning, and then never explaining himself, leading to a lot of unnecessary alarm and suspicion of the party. In his backstory, he wrote, he was a centaur, that he had a son and wife that died in a forest fire. So he loathed anything and everything that had to do with fire. This will become relevant later. He also stated in his backstory, without reading any of the DM's lore about centaurs, in which they were peaceful and migratory creatures, that he had participated in centaur wars, and had butchered babies and innocents, but was reformed now. This is also relevant because he constantly judged the party for disposing of hostile monsters and their eggs as baby killers, but would sit there and justify killing human babies for fun. As a centaur, he hated that the DM included ladders and doorways that he could not fit through in her world, and would mope and become very passive-aggressive and just stop participating in anything when they showed up, even when characters would stay behind to just hang out with him. Either way, he was a moose centaur, so he was unreasonably large. He constantly asked other characters, despite taking an oath of ancients, tenets about love and happiness, yada yada, extremely inappropriate and invasive sexual questions about their partners in character. And when they would be dodgy or not go his way, he would punish them out of character and hate them in real life. This actually happened with a monk, who he terrorized because he was not forthcoming with information. The paladin could also not accept that his character had an intelligence score of 8, and would metagame despite being told that he would not know certain information. Example, there was a plague spreading that was turning people into zombies. This is high fantasy with no modern medicine. My ranger moved to action for a dying child that was literally vomiting blood and begging to see her parents again. My ranger held the child as she died and got covered in her blood. We don't know how diseases spread or how they work, as this world had never experienced anything like it. He refused to go near her, told everyone not to touch her blood, and despite being corrected and told that he has only 8 intelligence on top of not being a healer, he insisted and refused not to metagame. Okay, so despite knowing that this guy is gonna end up being the biggest tool imaginable, I actually really enjoy his character concept. His concept, not his execution. I want to make that very clear. The reason why I enjoy his character is for 2 reasons: his class and his race. Okay, that's all. Video's over. Bye, guys. Okay, but for real, let me explain.
Oh my god, my mic was mute the whole time. Holy crap, I'm so sorry about that. Anyway, I'm going out for breakfast. I'll be back later. Thank you for watching. Be right back. Hello everybody, I am back. I am here. Oh, excuse me, thank you for being patient with me. Let's see. Okay.
The reason why I enjoy Paladins so much is because their very nature imposes restrictions onto characters' roleplay abilities. Now that may sound strange for me to list as a positive factor, but there's a reason for it. Self-imposed limitations force creativity. Because of your Paladin's code of honor, whether it is good or evil, their roleplay needs to reflect that code. This can lead to some incredibly entertaining and challenging roleplay moments when they encounter things in the world that challenge their code or preconceived worldview. Boom! From level 1, all Paladins have opportunities for character progression. Whether they change for the better or for worse is up to you. Now the Centaur does the same thing as a race as Paladin does as a class, but in a totally different way. Where the Paladin places self-imposed moral limitations, the Centaur places physical limitations. So just like you gotta think of ways to work with your Paladin's code, you have to think of ways to work around your Centaur's own anatomy. It creates a completely unique experience where you have to have a sort of symbiotic relationship with other characters in your party. Example, you can strike up deals with the wizard to let them use you as a mount if they help you figure out that damn ladder. Surprisingly enough, in a game where there are very little restrictions on what you can and can't do, some of the best characters I have ever played have come from when I added my own challenges to playing them. I definitely recommend giving it a try. Okay, now back to our regularly scheduled cringe. We caught on much later that he was cheating in nearly all of his rolls as well, especially when he would roll for health upon leveling up. He claimed to exclusively rolled 8s, and above every single time for 9 levels. He never rolled in front of anyone, of course, as we had a trust system in this group since we had been friends for years and years, but had never played together before. But now we know better. This, and he would beef himself up only to never take anything for the party. He would literally just run off and do only 1v1s away from everyone using whatever duel thing Paladins get. This made our encounters extremely hard. Okay, finally we come to the meat of the story. We were in a cave down at the base of a canyon investigating claims of a missing cleric. What we found was a succubus and her half-human child hoarding diamonds in an attempt to bring back the human parent, who was kept in a tomb nearby. Combat happened, and Paladin is thrilled that he gets charmed and starts fighting us. Of course, we win and start investigating the...
So for the horns, for Dave's horn, I have a viewer, a 3D pose viewer on as a reference here. Well, you can get a 360 view of a model, so I can just rotate this and use it as a guide to figure out how his horn will look like from a certain angle, which is pretty handy. So let's make sure that his horns are the right scale. So let's just copy paste this and put it here as a reference. Oopsie. Oopsie daisy. So you want it roughly to be in the same scale. Just eyeballing it at the moment. And then we'll do the muscle definition thing.
Room to find this information. One of the items we discovered was a ring, who the monk reads as being hella evil. So he leaves it alone as we plan to seal the room off with a rock after we leave. Catching that we're leaving it, the paladin runs back in and snatches the ring. When we asked why he did this, he said he wanted to cleanse it. Out of character, we knew better. But in character, we didn't. So our characters let it be. Cue the next several months of an evil entity within the ring reaching out to him and attempting to beguile him. Despite us passing through several churches after he picked it up with insanely powerful clerics, he never, ever gave it up and kept this evil ring tied directly onto his holy symbol. This ring led to possessions during boss fights that made him attack us. He loved this. F***ing with the party as a whole with illusions. He made my ranger appear to have an incurable plague that was ravaging the land. And eventually, it all came to a head when we fought a cult, and he f***ed us up due to a possession, and we nearly lost some party members. In character, we found out that he had kept the ring, and that it had corrupted his holy symbol, dimming his paladin powers. We took the ring off him and yeeted it into a jungle, but by then it was already too late, as what had been inside the ring the entire time was a powerful demon lord. The shit with the ring had gotten so bad at that point that we, in character as a party, no longer trusted him, and took specific spells to fight him and kill him if he were to turn on us at any point. When this came up out of character, he insisted that he would be able to beat us in a 1v6. Of course, he was really butthurt about his paladin powers, and after that refused to really help with anything when it came to combat. During the fight with the avatar of a god that the cultists were trying to bring back, he discovered that he would have to use a turn of movement to get across the huge room to be within striking range. He hated this, so he never moved the entire fight and did not do a single point of damage to the creature. He very promptly looted the room, though, and claimed a staff that we were trying to give to the monk. But, as usual, he became extremely aggressive out of character, like yelling and cussing at everyone. So we eventually just dropped it. The staff had the evil god of fire's symbol on it, and it was a staff of fire. When we asked about his backstory with the raging over fire in the beginning of the campaign, he merely shrugged and said, he got over it. The DM used an NPC very shortly after that he liked, to break the staff and take it away from him. This was the only way that he could possibly accept it being taken. We were on the east coast of the continent after a while, investigating some claims about the Elven King, when this dumbass finally prays to his god and asks for help. The god tells him that he must take a candle to the darkest place, light it, and then fight a demon. He is given a literal candle for this quest, and soon after this talk, the demon appears, and goads him into lighting it. He does. Immediately, thinking that he's one-upping the demon, or that it's a magic candle and won't burn out. Surprise! It was a regular candle, But the place we needed to go was all the way on the western side of the map, weeks of travel away from where we were. Bless the wizard for being fire-based. Mind you, this got him hated at the beginning of the campaign by the paladin. The wizard cast endless flame on the candle to keep it from burning away. The next several months of sessions was fighting demons trying to snuff out the candle and traveling to this place. We eventually fight this demon, in which we almost horribly lose. Soon after, the player, out of character, left in real life, because he moved away, and that was his last session. DM, who is my partner, told me later that she had actually been in talks with him during this, in which he expressed that he would never choose to be evil, but would play it if it went that way, with the ring, and decided to make every single decision after that in attempt to force the DM to make him evil. He also lamented all the time that he would have loved to play a rogue instead, and steal our things, harass us, and essentially have the freedom to be even more of a dick. End of story. You know what I don't get? The redeemed villain backstory is one of my favorite cliches to use for my own backstories, and I have no idea how you can f it up this bad. I mean, from the backstory filled with baby murder and edgelord fodder, it's obvious that our boy had a sort of evil mentality about him while he made this character. So, did he just forget about the redemption part of the villain redemption arc? To be fair though, it sounds like he was sporting that evil alignment and 8 intelligence score outside of the game too. So maybe he's just a really good method actor. Now all he needs to do is remove his head from that centaur ass and he'll be golden. Now before we go, let's take a look at this week's Gallery of the Drake. This week's fan art comes from viewer Tyrant's Ha, who illustrated a reflective piece featuring myself reading from a scroll of ancient knowledge. Hey, Larry! Yeah, Drake, what's up? Do you care to explain why we have a heating bill that's so damn expensive? I'm literally a creature that's partially made of fire. That could be the new hot tub. Okay. I'll go ahead and put it with the other bills that need to be paid. Thank you again, Tyrants, for submitting your art. I'll go ahead and put it with the other bills that need to be paid. Thank you again, Tyrants, for submitting your art. If you want to see your artwork featured in Gallery of the Drake, be sure to send it to the email in my About section. Fan art is my favorite part of being a content creator, and it means the world to me that I can inspire artists like you to create artwork like this. With the story over and artwork displayed, we're going to go ahead and wrap up. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. And if you feel like supporting the channel further, Patreon and merchandise links are in the description. I would like to thank you all for listening, and I hope to see you next time in the Den of the Drake.
Bam, bam, bam.
Greetings,
That's a problem though.
adventurers,
I have no idea how Dottie would look like from behind.
Other dragons hoard gold,
So,
while
I'm
I
making guesses
hoard
here.
internet cringe. There is no creature that retail and food service workers fear more than the Karen. Trust me, you've heard of these people before. The obnoxious, entitled caricature of a disgruntled customer who makes the lives of poor employees complete hell. Working a service job is almost a rite of passage in American culture. So of course, most people have encountered these horrifying beasts before. When the Karen meme started getting popular on the internet, it was very relatable for the first few times. Then the next 100 were, okay, I guess still relatable. Then the next 1,000. And then the concept of a fucking Karen took over the internet, and then it just got annoying. Reading most of these Karen stories now just makes me roll my eyes. If they're not just blatant lies about a stereotypical middle-aged woman with a short-trimmed blonde haircut, they're at least an embezzled retelling of a mundane event. It's kinda like what happened with neckbeard stories and entitled parents, where there were just so many fake stories telling practically the same event over and over, it completely destroyed any value the original meme might have had. Hell, this surplus of obviously fake Karen stories has turned me into somewhat of a Karen apologist. It's gotten to the point where if the waitress at Olive Garden were to get up on the table and take a literal shit in my spaghetti, I would be afraid to ask for the manager because I know the internet would be there to call me a Karen. But that is a long-winded rant for another time. This incredible surplus of Karen memes and stories is why I almost skipped over the story I have for you today. But then I started reading. Oh boy, does this one get spicy. Today's story revolves around a male player who uses manipulative tactics to truly earn the title of Karen. Now, without any further delay, let's go ahead and dive right into the horrifying world of r/RPG horror stories. Enjoy. This story is titled, Manipulative Karen Player Wants More. Not long ago, I wrote an epic 5-part story on this subreddit about my real-life trauma at the hands of manipulators, and how I used D&D to keep hope alive in my world. It caused some controversy, and was eventually read on YouTube, where it caused even more controversy. I didn't think I'd be writing here again so soon, because I didn't think I'd be fooled again. This is my 5th attempt to write down this story, because it's still fresh, and I'm still dealing with the open wounds, the fallout, and the controversy. This is the story of the first, and hopefully last time, I will ever have to kick a player in all of my 21 years of DMing. Meet my players. Indy, the amateur archaeologist and cross-dressing paladin. Stabby, the sarcastic tabaxi swashbuckler. Bernie, the pyromaniac sorcerer. Kitty, the moon druid detective. And Sparkles, the subject of my story. This story covers over a year of gaming, so I'll try to keep it relatively brief. I blame myself. I saw the warning signs, but I figured since I was older, a confident and experienced DM, and a survivor of extensive manipulation, there was no way I could have been taken advantage of again, right? I figured that they were just young and finding their way. Every other problem player I had dealt with had turned around once they had realized that they are in a safe space, and don't have to fight against the DM, the game, and the other players.
Sorry about that.
This was my turn to learn a lesson. I was naive in more ways than one. This was my first 5th edition game, and my signature style is to consider all rules as optional. I clearly saw Sparkles as the opposite kind of player. He knew all of the rules and used them all. I thought we would balance each other out, and while I could run a game with almost no rules as easily as breathing, I could also learn the ins and outs of 5th edition by having him around. Just so that there was no confusion, I was very clear about how I ran my game, and what I would and would not tolerate. The first thing I denounced was power gaming. So when he pitched his semi-homebrew paladin/divine soul sorcerer to me, Sparkles was explicit in claiming that it was all for roleplay purposes. I'm a big believer in letting people play the characters that they want, and I was a little too fresh on 5th edition to spot the dirty tricks. So, having literally just told him that I loathed power gaming, I trusted him. What I got was a spotlight-hogging, self-insert, Mary Sue anime protagonist that had an AC of 27 at level 3. They tanked, they healed, and they hit harder than everyone. And they had every overpowered support spell in the game. Furthermore, every ability they claimed was just for roleplay purposes, synergized into being able to do anything they wanted, whenever they wanted, with no way in the game rules to stop them. Not satisfied with filling every party role, he started trying to be the DM. He would interrupt me anytime I tried to describe him doing anything, raising one finger like he was posing for a meme, and announce, "If I may." Then, without wanting to find out if he may, he would fully paraphrase everything I just said to make himself sound way cooler. Then he would just finish with, "I'm sorry, it's just really important to me that my character is very graceful. Okay, now you can continue." Before long, my players started coming to me with complaints, and I agreed with all of them. Indy in particular was quite vehement about how hard she worked to fulfill her paladin oaths. Meanwhile, Sparkles just acted like an angry teenager with a 10 p.m. bedtime every time he was expected to act like a paladin. He acted like his mentors, his oath, his church, and his gods were the polygamous helicopter parents who oppressed his free spirit. This was especially galling when I had been very clear that I expected a high standard of devotion from the divine casters in my game, as the church was central to society, and hegemony was as much a source of divine power as individual devotion. Other players were sick of being treated like his sidekicks, and subjected to 5-minute long non-skippable cutscenes and Sailor Moon transformation sequences every time his initiative number came up. So, as a DM, I love when players do this sort of thing. Not in the way Sparkles is doing it, of course, but I love when players take the time to describe their own actions. It flavors their character's deeds in a way that's perfect for them. It makes my job as a DM easier, since now I don't have to take time to describe what they're doing. But it also does wonders for player engagement. It means the world to me as a DM when my players take the time to get invested in their own characters, and by coincidence, the world I made for them. But, and this is a really big but, it needs to be done in moderation. It's one thing to be immersed. It's another thing entirely to dominate a game table. I mean it when I say that nearly every aspect of D&D is a team game, including roleplay. The main takeaway is if you're going to describe your own actions and immerse yourself in the world, that can be a great thing. Just be sure you stay mindful of the other players and don't hog any spotlights. Or you could be the subject of an episode of Den of the Drake. There were other problems too. I had told all of my players to expect a mature game, grounded in gritty medieval history, with unflinching depictions and critiques of privilege and inequality. The latter was designed to goad my players into fighting against injustice, while the former was enforced to enhance the roleplay, to remind them that they were fighting against injustices of 13th century magical Europe. I wanted them to put aside their modern eyes and see what goodness they could eke out without falling into the toxic tropes of social media justice, or the usual triggering depictions of modern inequality superimposed on top of castles and maidens. I had only 2 exceptions. Absolutely no sexual assault in-game, or in characters' backstories, and anything that was triggering to anyone would be removed immediately. For Sparkles, however, nuance was an undiscovered country, given how obsessed he was with rules and math. Maybe I should have expected as much. For him, everything was a purity test, and content in a fantasy game was dependent on what he was willing to put up with, giving the privilege of controlling everything that he was exposed to. It first popped up when an NPC, Indy's mentor and direct superior, made a homophobic pun about a bundle of sticks. This was written to highlight how the NPC was from an out-of-touch generation, and to make the players think about how and when to pick their battles. Sparkles brought the game to a grinding halt, as he demanded that word, which he had explained he had been called before, never be used in his presence again. I accepted his request without question. I had also been called the word, as had anyone who attended public school, but it's not for me to question anyone else's trauma just because mine credits me with a thick skin when it comes to words. But soon afterward, it was another word, simply because he had seen it used in a negative light, and then another, and another. Nothing was immune to the purity test, and it seemed as if a Tumblr copy pasta, and not actual sociology, was the sole judge in the never-ending prosecution. He would also metagame in the most manipulative way. It was a sliding scale of metagaming. If he were just role-playing, he would just stay as harmless Dr. Jekyll. Unless he wasn't in the scene, then he would just happen to head on over to involve himself and take over. But if dice were involved, he would drop the charade. He would start calculating probabilities, and you could almost hear the gears in his head turning as he tried to think of in-character reasons to act in the optimal manner. But at least he was trying. But once combat started, it was like playing any generic turn-based video game with the RPG tag. Nothing mattered except action economy, and he fully utilized his encyclopedic knowledge of every monster's stat block to his advantage. To avoid the perception of metagaming, if there was something he knew he could optimize but his character might not know, he'd ask to make a roll to know it specifically. If he failed the roll, he would announce, I guess my character doesn't know how to use radiant damage, to the table pointedly, trying to get someone else to step up. It was like he physically couldn't help himself. But if he ever felt threatened with defeat, or a monster or NPC got one over on him in any way, he went full Mr. Hyde, pulling out every exploit and fighting as dirty as he could to revenge against the slight against his perfect, sparkly self. Additionally, as I became more confident in 5th edition, I became more aware of how he bent the rules to suit himself. Sure, there was the obvious exploiting my naivete to combine 3 different sorcerer archetypes into one clay monstrosity. But then there was the misrepresentation of the action economy, claiming, for example, that as long as initiative was not rolled, he could cast several spells at once before an NPC could react. Saying he was taking the defense action in the same turn, as he had already took an action, asserting that an arcane focus could replace any somatic components of a spell, so he could fight with a sword and shield while casting spells without losing any AC. Convenient misrepresentation of homebrew content as being from official books I didn't own, so his power could continue to grow. One thing stayed constant. His hand was always out, asking for more. More options, more abilities, more time center stage, more control. Most of all, more explanations as to why, actually, he wasn't asking for much. After all, it's just what my character would do. Ah, the infamous phrase, it's just what my character would do. If you've had much experience on D&D forums, you have definitely heard this phrase before. But for those who haven't, this phrase has become famous for being the fastest way to identify a that guy at the table. It can be applied to any situation where the problem player wants to try and shirk responsibility. Burn down an orphanage? Ah, it's what my character would do. Stole from the party? Ah, it's what my character would do. Killed the shopkeeper? Ah, it's what my character would do. Refusing to do the main quest because your paladin is too dedicated to their god to dare associate with the party's rogue? Yeah, it's what my character would do. Okay, you all get it at this point. There's actually a very simple solution to dealing with this problem. Are you ready? Stop making characters that do those things. People who use this excuse always act like it's some crazy thing that was always out of their control, then conveniently forget that they are the one who determined every aspect of that character. Like, so many problems could be avoided if people would just focus on making characters that weren't total bookends. But what was most galling to me is how he would try to control everything. Don't get me wrong, all those red flags I've described thus far are symptoms of a controlling personality. But he would take advantage of the other players' fairly passive personalities to lead the conversation with every NPC, to decide the party's course of action at every turn, to debrief players on every scene, to make every battle strategy. Even when I talked to him and he agreed to pull his head in, it would go something like this. Say a player was facing down a tough combat turn, staring at their character sheet deciding what to do. Then he would say, but if you move here and cast this spell, you could catch them all in that spell. And even if you go down next turn, I can use Healing Word and we won't lose any momentum. But you do what you want, I'll just shut up now. Spoiler alert, he only shut up until the next player's initiative. It got so bad that I came to realize that every game was just me talking to him for 4 hours, with him occasionally prompting other players to take their turn. To his credit, it was a clever game he played, finding the exact line to walk where he stayed in control at all times, while knowing just how much screen time to give the other players so no one would complain about his behavior. The funny thing was, I think he really believed that he was a team player. So, what did I do? Well, I tried to nip it in the bud early, as soon as the complaints about his behavior started rolling in, roughly the exact moment he multi-classed into his stupid sorcerer build. I took him aside and I talked to him. He was very slippery with words, and for every step back I asked him to take, he argued for a step forward compromise. When he didn't stop, I took more extreme action. I took away his magic, as he had done nothing but disrespect his oath and duties as a paladin, and I ruled that his divine soul sorcerer powers came from the same source. He didn't like this one bit, but I could see that he didn't want to let me know it. So he humbled himself, and he became a visibly better player. I was happy, so I brought in the second stage of my plan. I had to find him a new god and a new oath that better suited what he wanted. It was a challenge to arrange this, as he kept asking for more. More freedom, less responsibilities, blah blah blah. We never really nailed down his exact oath outside of the material benefits it gave him in in-game math, of course. But after an epic self-discovery quest, he got his powers back. Minus the spells that let him boost his AC to 27, of course. Then the virus hit, and in a way we were all willing to put up with his garbage because our priorities were shifted. We were just happy to be playing at all, and when I was only seeing names on a Discord server, it was easy to forget that certain players barely spoke at all. The stories we told were just as engaging, and to my players' credit, they stayed engaged, and adapted to playing in the background. They all got very good at having their side games and wandering off on diversions until they were fetched by Sparkles. I wrote more stories to include them center stage, but as Sparkles' power grew, so did his ability to follow them invisibly, or cast Sending right in the middle of their scenes, so he was never fully off stage. Remember when I said that I would keep this story relatively brief? Well, that was a simpler time. Now we enter the second part of this story, the final 2 sessions that resulted in Sparkles being kicked, also known as the final straw. The party was in Candlekeep, which was under siege by a drow army. Willing to sacrifice everything to protect their sacred books, the monks of Candlekeep had accepted the help of a vampire, who raised any casualties on either side as undead to protect the library. So the harder the drow fought to take the fortress, the stronger its defenses grew. Meanwhile, Bernie the sorcerer had an adorable romance side plot with a cinder hag. I was leading Sparkles to a big reveal that the head of the drow army was his long-lost brother, disfigured by chaos magic. Stabby the rogue was being blackmailed by a powerful drow wizard who had infiltrated the keep to undermine their defenses. At the same time, a Fey adventuring party, including Bernie's girlfriend, that had also been caught up in the siege was viciously pranking Indy the elf paladin. One of their number had been traumatized by an elf, and was goading the others into helping her take it out on the PC. I had hoped that, given Sparkle's tendency to viciously prank any NPC he didn't like, this would stimulate a fun prank war between the two parties. Perhaps because it didn't target him, or perhaps he liked debriefing Indy after every prank. Sparkles never took the bait. Other than that, everything was going nicely. Stabby came up with a genius plan to communicate to Sparkles that he was being blackmailed without the drow being able to scry on him. So Sparkles came up with one of his signature plans. Mechanically sound, but with little foresight. See, when Stabby met the drow, he was breaking into a house, only to find out that it was the drow's hideout. The location of this house was one of the details Stabby had communicated. Sparkle's plan went like this. They would yell, "FBI, open up!" kick in the door, and with the help of the Fae party, pile on the wizard. The only one who wouldn't be involved would be Stabby, who would be resting under a nearby peach tree so the drow wouldn't get wind of the plan. It never occurred to Sparkles that the drow, a trained spy, would abandon a compromised hideout the moment that Stabby stumbled onto it. So, of course, they found the place empty, and of course, a glyph of warding left behind alerted the wizard to their plan. So just as promised, the drow sent his black cat familiar, who was actually a god of mischief in disguise, who was playing both sides against one another. Long story. To deliver a power word kill spell to the resting rogue. This was all a part of my plan. Once dead, the rogue found himself in a space not unlike purgatory, speaking to the god of mischief himself. The god laid some major plot reveals on him, then offered him 3 choices in cryptic form. To die and never feel pain again, to return to life and suffer, or to leave this plane of existence and travel the cosmos as the god's companion. Obviously, 2 of the 3 choices would have him roll up a new character, so he chose to come back to life. But not before Sparkles interjected that the sending spell can technically contact people even on other planes of existence. So he casted it, and interjected himself into the scene. I let him send his message to not delay the scene any longer, but Stabby decided not to reply. Meanwhile, the Fae and the players found Stabby's body, and I had a really emotional scene planned. I wanted all of the players to have a chance to talk about how much Stabby meant to them, and this would cause the Fae to see the players in a new light, and become more permanent allies. The instigator Fae, Nereid, would express genuine grief over this unfair death, in contrast to the exaggerated whining and bawling that she normally exhibited, and would grow as a person, grieving for the trauma that had ruled her life by proxy. This was a seminal moment in the Candlekeep chapter, but Sparkles was having none of it. Anytime I began to describe any of the Fae reacting, the Nereid had just barely dropped to her knees besides the lifeless Stabby's body, he would loudly and angrily cut me off. "No tears! I won't allow it!" he practically yelled, saying that he grabbed the rogue's body and dragged it to the nearest priest to be raised immediately. I think the fact that Sparkle's own plan had gotten another player killed was too much for him, and that he needed to erase the evidence of the crime as quickly as he could, before his flawless Mary Sue aesthetic could be tarnished. Seeing as I had lost control of the scene to an almost hysterical Mr. Hyde, I begrudgingly skipped forward towards the end. The Centaur Paladin from the Fae party firmly put his hand on Sparkle's shoulder, to hold him back for the few seconds I needed to finish the scene. "I push him away," Sparkles interrupted before I can get in another word. Knowing that he was about to start misty-stepping with no components, through one of his sorcerer types that I foolishly let him have, he did this every time anyone barred his way, I carried on quickly. I described how the Zelda-esque fairy that was the healer of the Fae party flew down to the rogue. "What do you think you're doing?" and began to sprinkle fairy dust on him. "Tell me right now what you're doing!" Clearly, Sparkles was too amped up to let me give the scene the drama it was worth. So I just go, Stabby comes back to life and the fairy drops to the ground from using all her power. The satyr, the Fae's party leader, cradles the fairy in his hands, picking her lightly up and looking down at the confused rogue, saying, "I hope she was right about you. You had better be worth it." "I attack the satyr!" Sparkles then burst into a rant, half in character, half out, about how stupid the Fae were, how much he hated them for wasting the fairy's life, when they could literally just go down the street to a cleric, how he hated that more than anything else in the whole world. I literally had to have the centaur grab him and hold him back, yelling, "She's not dead, just exhausted! after Sparkles started punching the satyr with divine smites layered on top. Then, just for good measure, I told Sparkles that I was rolling to see if he had just killed the fairy by accident, seeing as she was in the satyr's hand when Sparkles started attacking. Luckily, the fairy lived, and we ended the game there. No player had spoken a single word through the whole scene, and they all just looked appalled at his behavior. I was contacted by 2 of them after the game, saying how bad they felt for me having to deal with it. Session 2 started with the players getting a much-needed short rest. I had decided that while the Fae had moved past pranking the elf, they now had a new pranking target in mind. I don't need to tell you who that was. I pointed out to the party that the Drow Wizard had already cast his power word kill, and now the clock was ticking to find him and kill him before he could recover his 9th level spell slot. It was time to get revenge for Stabby's momentary death. The game started by introducing Sparkle's brother for the first time, who magically projected himself into Sparkle's dreams, and demanded to know why his aura felt familiar, which activated Candlekeep's magical intruder detection alarms, and they were all woken by church bells ringing in alarm. Then the sound of booted feet in the street, as the vampire protector had declared martial law, while they searched for the location of the intruder, namely, the party's room. Enter the vampire's thrall, who had a serious grudge against the party. The party had tricked the thrall previously, and the vampire had crippled his servant as punishment for weakness in being taken advantage of. So now the thrall, overseeing the search of the party's room, was out for blood. Immediately Sparkles declared that he was going invisible and running away, leaving the party to their fate. Indy stared at him across the table in disbelief. Luckily, the Fae came to the party's aid, and united they drove off the vampire's thrall, slinging cutting insults after him as he retreated. Then Sparkles reappeared, and was promptly punched in the face by the satyr, who then bluntly said, "Apology accepted." Sparkles declared that he was spending a spell slot to avoid the hit, even after I reminded him about the drow, and clarified that the hit did no damage. He spent it anyway, just because he couldn't bear to lose. So I let him have it, with double barrels of pranking Fae illusory chaos. I must admit, it felt good to deliver him everything he had been doing to every authority figure the party had met for the last 12 months. There were clown shoe squeaks when he walked, the sound of a baby crying when he talked, notes stuck to his back, etc., etc. He kept saying out of character that it was great, and that he was having fun, to bring it on, trying to pretend that he could take it as well as he could dish it out. But you could see him getting more and more agitated. So I moved to another scene, to give him time to calm down and think about how he ended up getting a taste of his own medicine. I had the centaur take Indy aside, to have a paladin-to-paladin talk. The centaur expressed deep concerns about the chaotic energy of both parties, and how it was beginning to boil over, and that they were losing time and resources on a stupid prank war, while the drow wizard was still free. He urged Indy to rally her party, as he would do the same, to keep them on track. Then he asked the party's help. After the drow was dealt with, there was a blue dragon attacking their home, revealing the Fae had come to Candlekeep to research how to defeat it, and offered the party a share of its hoard if they helped. Sparkles immediately objected out of character, saying that he didn't like playing with lots of NPCs, but I think you can guess the real reason why he couldn't wait to part ways with the Fae. Hilariously, he also feigned shock to hear the centaur describe Sparkles as the party leader, saying, and I quote, "I only take charge in order to let other people shine." Indy and I shared a withering glance. Then, as soon as the scene was over, Sparkles immediately started wasting all of his spells on frivolous things, which forced a long rest, meaning the drow had his kill spell back. Then he tried to convince the party to abandon Candlekeep to its fate, saying that he wanted to go shopping in Baldur's Gate. The satyr made a heroic speech to convince them to stay and fight, which Sparkles derailed with a moralizing lecture about gender roles after the satyr used the phrase, "fight like men," completely ignoring the fact that he added, "or like women," with a wink. The party took a vote, and of course, they stayed. Then, during the night, Sparkles declared that he wanted to do a solo scene. Of course he did. He went into the satyr's room to talk to him, and I thought, okay, he's finally trying to make peace. Wonderful. But no. He literally rolled a strength check to force his way in through the door when the satyr refused to let him in. I caught him cheating by adding guidance to the roll without declaring that he cast it, because he didn't have the action economy to cast it and still catch the satyr off guard. He then proceeded to talk down to the satyr, whom the player had just woken up, as if Sparkles were the Fae's father or mentor, gently scolding to impart lessons about life. He told the satyr that it was his own fault for not stopping to explain what the fairy was doing, and to learn from his mistakes and to do better next time. He kept trying to catch him out, and one-up him using tricky word games. The satyr was having none of it, replying, "Look, I get it. You're a zealot. You think the world owes you something that has never existed. You never learn to distinguish between enemies and people who don't share your values, and that's okay. Sometimes we need zealots to change the world, but right now I'm going to bed." And that was the end of the session. Normally, D&D is the high point of my week. I'm walking on air for the whole next 2 days afterwards, and I can't wait to play again. But slowly my love had been sapped by Sparkles and the constant power struggle against his compulsions and insecurities. I was spending too much time coming up with math that he couldn't steamroll over, and not enough time coming up with great stories. After this session, I felt nothing but bitterness. I spoke with the other players, and they too were absolutely disgusted. Bernie was angry that he had tried to push her character into scenes that she didn't want to do. Indy was furious about him abandoning the party to the thrall. And a thought began to crystallize in my head. I thought about the game I planned to run. How I was unmistakably clear to all of my players as to what to expect from this game. How much of it I had given away just because one player liked a different sort of game. I tried to remember the last time that we had been able to simply share a joke without being judged through the hyperactive lens of Tumblr dialogue level amateur wokeness. That even after a year, he wasn't willing to give us the benefit of the doubt. How no matter how many times I talked to him, rather than change his behavior, he just got better at hiding it. Better at justifying it, better at gaslighting and woke scolding me into thinking I was the one being unfair. But the thought that pushed me over the edge was this. We had a new player joining the game. Kitty, the detective druid. All of the players said it was fine, except for Sparkles, who had reserved the right to say no. He didn't want the group dynamic to change, and frankly, Kitty has claws. She would have told him where to stick it. I found myself planning out a conversation where I preemptively apologized to Kitty for his behavior, made excuses on his behalf, and saw in my mind's eye her looking at me in disbelief and saying what I already wondered. Why do you put up with it? I realized then and there that I wasn't comfortable bringing a new player into this toxic dynamic. How could I be comfortable subjecting my current players to it? I messaged Sparkles right then and there. I told him best of luck and thanks for the good times, but this wasn't working. Game over. It was tough, especially since him and Stabby were good friends in real life. Sparkles told Stabby that he had no idea why he was kicked, and he never saw it coming, which almost broke my brain as I recalled all the times I told him to pull his head in. I made the decision to kick him. Alone. I wanted my players to be able to keep the option to stay friends with him, so I left them out of the decision entirely. I definitely think I could have handled the whole situation better right from day one. It was very disappointing to see myself get played like that, and for so long. I felt awful. I still do. No matter how logical the decision was, emotionally I was always going to feel like the bad guy. But I learned some valuable lessons. I was reminded of how manipulators work. They are not D&D villains with daggers behind cloaks. They can be people just like me, often victims of bullying and trauma themselves, with their own relatable hang-ups and reasonable requests for personal space, with the small caveat that they either choose to become bullies themselves or never knew that life could be lived any other way, who, unable to dominate through the same strength that broke them, get what they want emotionally and socially. Sometimes, rarely, they are just born evil. I don't think Sparkles is a bad person, just immature. We all have our traumas, and it just happens that mine prohibits me from ever playing D&D with anyone like him ever again. I tried, and I failed. There is still awkwardness in my game, but we are adapting. Kitty is learning the game rules and taking to it like a fish to water. The other players are struggling to lead the story, as they are so used to being told what to do. For so long, they would just go and play games in the corner of the tavern until they were called and told the plan. Now they have to do everything, and there is still a paralysis of indecision. But I am adapting the game style to meet them halfway. I've started using skill challenges for when they have objectives, but can't figure out how to achieve them, so they can just focus on tangible skills rather than abstract narrative building. I am so proud of them all. Even if they still want to play passively, I have always held that they can play their characters however they want. But I will also play as I please, and my joy and fascination is to watch them grow, to find their voices and to learn to tell their stories rather than just simply be in them. I now find myself telling the story that my life and my trauma has qualified me to tell. The story where things get better once you overcome. End of story. So, other than the melodramatic, maybe some of them are born evil shtick, I found OP to be very relatable in this story. As a DM, it's really hard to kick a player. And just like OP said, even if it's the logical thing to do, emotionally you're still gonna feel like the bad guy. Another thing that I found to be pretty relatable is that we got to see the exact consequences of what hogging the spotlight brings. I can speak from experience because I used to somewhat have this problem when I first started. I was so eager to get into the game and show off my awesome character that I would often forget that everyone else at the table wanted to do the exact same thing. See, one of the greatest skills that a player can learn isn't mastering roleplay or mastering the rules, no. The greatest talent a player can culture is the ability to know when to shut up. Now, before we go, let's go ahead and take a look at this week's Gallery of the Drink. This week's fan art is done by viewer Sophia Draws Pictures. It depicts me showing off some of my newest dragon swag. It is said that these magical glasses allow the wearer to see the most cringeworthy aspects of every creature they come in contact with. Every creature. Including you, the person watching this video right now. I know what you did. Thank you again, Sophia Draws Pictures, for submitting your art. If you want to see your artwork featured in Gallery of the Drake, be sure to send it to the email in my About section. Fan art is my favorite part of doing YouTube, and it means the world to me that I can create content that inspires artists like you to create fan art like this. With the story over and artwork displayed, we're going to go ahead and wrap up the video here. I would like to thank you all for listening, and I hope to see you next time in the Den of the Drake.
Oh.
Hey, how's it going and welcome back to my channel. Today's video is going to be kind of funny.
The best Chicago style pizza.
Where's the cheese? It's under the sauce. There's no cheese on it.
It's under the sauce.
I'm Italian and this is hurting me.
It's from Chicago.
But it's just
The
sauce.
cheese is under the sauce.
That's not enough cheese.
Cheese is under the sauce.
That's not enough. It's under the sauce.
Nowadays on TikTok and Instagram, everybody is a professional artist. It doesn't matter if you've been drawing for 10 years or 30 years or you just started drawing yesterday after coming out of your mother's womb. And hey, what do professional artists do that other people don't? They share art advice for everybody else to learn from. So the art account we're going to be visiting today is called Art Hub Tips, and they have 66,000 followers, but their main page has almost 200,000 followers. And then they also have a free app that apparently every artist needs. I don't know what it is, and right now I don't think I want to find out.
This is going to go by quick, so feel free to pause it. To start off, you've got your ribcage, your hips, and your head. I normally use a trapezoid, a triangle shape, and a circle. I draw a guideline down the middle to help me decide what direction it's going, and 2 parallel lines to that on the sides, as well as 4 circles for the joint. The neck is also 2 lines, along with 2 triangles for the collarbone guide. The collarbone is just 2 V's that interlock, and once you have this, we'll be ready to start on the legs. Next, you're going to want to measure from the top of the head to the bottom of the hips and double that. Once you double this, you'll have the length of your legs, and you can mark a spot halfway through for the knees. For the arms, the elbow should line up with the waist. The wrists will line up at the halfway mark, and the hands should be about the same size as the head. For the thighs and calves, a lot of the time, one side will be straight and the other side will be curved. This also applies when drawing legs from the side. The curves will also be more or less prominent depending on what type of body you're drawing.
That was a really long process. Yes, it could work, especially if you're trying to nail your proportions right, but I feel like there's a way to make it better without having to draw all the skeletons and tiny little shapes and then ending up literally taking them all away. And I also think your hands,
Depending on how the neck is shaped, and to start off,
I think I want to find out.
this is going to go by quick, so feel free to pause it. To start off, you've got your ribcage, your hips, and your head. I normally use a trapezoid, a triangle shape, and a circle. I draw a guideline down the middle to help me decide what direction it's going, and 2 parallel lines to that on the sides, as well as 4 circles for the joint. The neck is also 2 lines, along with 2 triangles for the collarbone guide. The collarbone is just 2 V's that interlock, and once you have this, we'll be ready to start on the legs. Next, you're going to want to measure from the top of the head to the bottom of the hips and double that. Once you double this, you'll have the length of your legs, and you can mark a spot halfway through for the knees. For the arms, the elbow should line up with the waist. The wrists will line up at the halfway mark, and the hands should be about the same size as the head. For the thighs and calves, a lot of the time, one side will be straight and the other side will be curved. This also applies when drawing legs from the side. The curves will also be more or less prominent depending on what type of body you're drawing.
That was a really long process. Yes, it could work, especially if you're trying to nail your proportions right, but I feel like there's a way to make it better without having to draw all the skeletons and tiny little shapes and then ending up literally taking them all away. And I also think your hands are a little bit too long for the body, unless that's part of your art style, I guess. But the hands sometimes don't, unless that's hands are a little bit too long for the body, unless that's part of your art style, I guess. But the hands sometimes don't really get all the way up to the knees. They just stop somewhere close to the upper thighs. I think an easier and faster way to draw and nail your proportions every time is to just think about the shapes when you draw and then use the measurements between each of them to just compare and contrast and find out which one is just looking too long or out of place.
Kinda similar to what TB Choi does, especially when she's drawing characters. You can always just feel when she's exaggerating a particular character or making some limbs longer, and it just doesn't look out of place or unproportional with the other parts of the body, because there are also other parts of the body that are symmetrical as well.
So you want to know how I draw my fashion doll figures? Well, I always start with the head. Then I draw 2 lines pointing in opposite directions representing the shoulders and the hips, and connect them with the spine. Now this is the most important part. On the highest hip you draw your leg straight down. That's because this is the leg supporting most of the weight of your figure. Then on the lower hip you can draw the leg pointing in almost any direction that you want. Once you have your basic skeleton down, you can fill in the fat and draw your arms. You can make the figures as thick or as thin as you want. These are the proportions that I tend to use, but this technique can be applied to any body type. Let me know if you'd like a part 2.
Wow. Finally, some good advice.
Or the head.
Symmetrical as well.
So you want to know how I draw my fashion doll figures? Well, I always start with the head. Then I draw 2 lines pointing in opposite directions representing the shoulders and the hips, and connect them with the spine. Now this is the most important part. On the highest hip you draw your leg straight down. That's because this is the leg supporting most of the weight of your figure. Then on the lower hip you can draw the leg pointing in almost any direction that you want. Once you have your basic skeleton down, you can fill in the fat and draw your arms. You can make the figures as thick or as thin as you want. These are the proportions that I tend to use, but this technique can be applied to any body type. Let me know if you'd like a part 2.
Wow. Finally, some good advice. A round of applause to this person. This is the first time I'm actually seeing tangible, reasonable, and valuable advice on Instagram or TikTok that you can actually follow from beginning to end, and it will just make your drawings better. So every time you're drawing figures or characters and you have to make them make a cool pose, the first thing to always think about is the direction of the shoulders and the direction of the hips. You don't want them to be close together or moving in the same direction. You always want to have them going in opposite directions. That just makes the pose much more dynamic and interesting. Figuring out how your legs go, especially for female characters, all just comes down to where your hips are facing and then how you position the legs after that. So this advice is solid gold. I kinda liked how the eyes, then how you position it. I kinda liked how the eyes looked before you added all those specular highlights. Now don't get me wrong, obviously eyes reflect a lot of light because they're a reflective surface, right? So yes, if there is a bright light or different bright lights in wherever your character is, you're going to have multiple reflections in the eye. Some of those reflections might affect the skin as well. I'm sure you didn't know that. So if you have a ton of lights in the eyes, but the skin just looks like it's being lit from just one light source coming from far off left, the drawing is going to look kind of funny. Yes, your eyes might look nice, but it's not going to look like everything is being lit by the same light source. So you just need to keep that in mind whenever you want to use glossy eyes or shiny eyes or have multiple lights in your eyes. Bruh, it's just hair, my guy. You don't have to solve all these mathematical equations and draw all these construction lines like you're trying to draw perspective from a weird angle. It's just hair. You can literally draw the shape of the hair and fill it in without taking so much time. Man, I don't know why people like making simple things so dramatic. So it just looks like it's an entire difficult process that not everyone can grasp when it's literally simple and so easy to follow. And unless you're trying to make a hyper realistic drawing or portrait or just a really super detailed drawing or painting of hair, I don't think you can just use this as a way to keep on drawing hair in every little drawing that you make. Obviously, you're going to want to simplify the hairstyle or how the hair looks in some of your drawings, unless you're trying to just focus on a tiny patch of hair, like a tiny patch of hair in your drawing or your work, and really make that super detailed. If not, this is just kind of pointless.
You ever do a sketch and you're like, this looks really good, and then you add line art and Today we're talking about line art weight. Sketching captures loose movement, and we want to reflect that in our line art. The weight of a line is dictated by how much pressure you're putting on your pen. When you're doing line art, ask yourself these questions. Where is the light and where is your drawing in comparison? What's in the shadow? Where do your lines intersect? And where is the gravity? In this example, I'm going to add more weight to the lines that are in the shadow, like underneath the light here, and I'll add thinner lines to where the light's hitting. In terms of gravity, this cloth is being pulled down, so I'm going to thicken the lines that probably have the most weight. There's also going to be natural shadow where lines intersect, so you can thicken those. I know it sounds lame, but this is not easy, and the more you do it, the better you're going to get.
Okay, this is also good advice, especially for people who read comic books and just illustrations. Like Patrick Brown, line weight is super important. So if your style is heavily dependent on just pencils or just line drawing, you have to really think about line weight. Wherever whatever you're drawing, the character or background or whatever it is, wherever the shadow is, that is where you should have thicker lines, and where the light is hitting is going to have lighter
I'm back.
lines.
Sorry about that.
This just signifies light and shadow just in line.
My sister just finished her Viva and just waiting to submit the stuff. She's gonna graduate for master degree soon. That's awesome. I'm proud of her. Give me a sec. I'm gonna check my message, see what's up. Call on my name. Call on my name.
About line art weight. Sketching captures loose movement, and we want to reflect that in our line art. The weight of a line is dictated by how much pressure you're putting on your pen. When you're doing line art, ask yourself these questions. Where is the light and where is your drawing in comparison? What's in the shadow? Where do your lines intersect? And where is the gravity? In this example, I'm going to add more weight to the lines that are in the shadow, like underneath the leg here, and I'll add thinner lines to where the light's hitting. In terms of gravity, this cloth is being pulled down, so I'm going to thicken the lines that probably have the most weight. There's also going to be natural shadow where lines intersect, so you can thicken those. I know it sounds lame, but this is not easy, and the more you do it, the better you're going to get at it.
Okay, this is also good advice, especially for people who draw comic books and just illustrations like Patrick Brown. Line weight is super important, so if your style is heavily dependent on just pencils and just line drawing, you have to really think about line weight. Wherever whatever you're drawing, the character or background or whatever it is, wherever the shadow is, that is where you should have thicker lines, and where the light is hitting is going to have lighter lines. This just signifies light and shadow just in line with. And if you don't understand how to do this, you can just take a look at a lot of comic book artist, but someone I really enjoy how he uses language in his work. I don't know if I think he still does it now, but his really old work was Patrick Brown. He just knew exactly how to use lightweight, and you could just tell where the light source was coming from just by looking at the pencils, which is something you should want to take a look at and observe if you're trying to improve the line weights in your work.
Oh, look who controls all the islands. It's the Mahajapit, Majahapit, Mapajahit, Mahapajit, Mapajahit, Majapahit.
Holy, if this isn't relatable, I have no idea what is. You see how you draw one eye and then that eye just looks perfect? It's the best eye you have ever drawn, and then you're trying to draw the other eye, it just doesn't work. It never works. That's it. So me. That is me every single time. Right now it's become better since I kind of understand what I'm doing. But when I was learning, I just struggled to understand drawing. It just kept on happening, and I'll just duplicate the eye I drew first and just put it on the other side and call it a day. I mean, hell, who's going to know? That's what I did.
How to draw locks in under 15 seconds. First, section the hair off like normal. Then add hair to the side of the head. I chose a fade option, so just lower the opacity. Then add boxes where the locks come out of the head. Then I use my lock brush, and draw the locks coming out the head like normal. Experiment with different styles until you find one you like. Good luck!
This is actually cool advice. If you have the lock brush, what about us who don't have that brush? How do we do it? Do we draw the strands by themselves? Or do we make our own brush?
Ah, there we go.
Well, that's the neat trick. I guess you could just do this by just painting and using the right colors, but maybe this trick can solve all that. Probably. Anyway, those are all the art tips we could get from today's professional art teachers. And let me know what you guys think. Did you learn anything from any of these tips, or are half of them just pointless and cannot be used in actual drawing scenarios? Let me know what you think in the comments. If you have any video ideas you want me to talk about, you can just send me a DM on Twitter or Instagram. The links to my socials are in the description, and you can also just leave a comment with what you think or any video idea you want in the comment section, and leave the video a like if you enjoyed it. Subscribe to the channel if you're new here.
Come on!
I will see you in the next video. Peace. What are you still waiting for? Subscribe to the channel. Hey, how's it going, and welcome back to my channel. Today we have a very controversial topic to talk about, so get ready because oh boy, it's about to get spicy. Typically on Twitter, it's safe to say drawing nappy hair or dark skin, or even just drawing simple black characters is commonly misinterpreted in 7 out of 10 fan art images or just black edits, and is outrightly considered as problematic by black artists within the art community. For some reason, drawing black people or just painting or coloring dark skin is somehow difficult, and sometimes it just feels like some colors miraculously disappear from the color palette in drawing programs that these artists are using, which makes me wonder if me and other black artists are using these same programs, or maybe we're just built different. Common excuses artists use to defend themselves on Twitter anytime they get called out for whitewashing a canonically black character, just any random black character drawing, are usually one of these pretty lame excuses. Oh, I was using pastels as a base for my color palette, so all the colors are brighter. The character is being hit by a colored light source, so it raised their skin tone 3 shades lighter, but let's not talk about it. My art style is really unique and different, and so is the way I draw black people. Now for starters, having a super fancy or ridiculously unique art style has nothing to do with how you draw a specific race, especially if your drawing is ridiculing specific traits that particular race has, or you're just literally making fun of features of the particular race and making them look pretty awkward. And I'm sure people will want to bring the argument of,
oh, I'm a caricature artist, so I'm allowed to draw people funny and make fun of their features.
Now while that is true, you can also do it in a polite and morally appropriate way without drawing them looking like things we would rather not see or even want to talk about. Drawing them looking like things we would rather not see or even want to talk about. I always love it when people use the excuse of the light source being a different color and somehow that just affects the skin and makes it brighter, but when it's a drawing of any other person that isn't black, the skin tone literally just stays the same all through, as if it's not even affected by the light source at all. Which is such a funny excuse because it is not complicated, as surprising as that sounds. A bright light source will definitely affect the skin, but it doesn't entirely change the skin color or even bleach the skin, making it 2 shades brighter like a bad skin product. Now I understand pastel tones are generally brighter than regular colors, even when you're using the same tones, but if you have your skin tone looking lighter than the rest of the tones in your image, then that's generally not a pastel palette, but an intentional omission or intentionally neglecting to carefully select the right colors for your work. Now this is a very controversial topic, especially on Twitter, and it has literally made people clash heads in multiple threads that end up looking longer than traffic during rush hour, and most times you'll find people leaving hot takes like this, which end up starting the dumpster fire these threads end up becoming. If you like a character being black when they're white, or you like a character being white instead of black, that's your opinion, preference, and that's fine, there's no problem. But if you see it as or make it racist, you're the problem. This is an extremely hot take, because sometimes trolls just use opinions like this as fallback remarks and generally hide behind statements like this whenever they make funny looking art in an attempt to be racist or troll black artists on the internet. But trust Twitter to do its thing. Whenever you're trying to be smart and leave witty comments, there's always someone to counter your opinion with appropriate reasoning. Please do not ignore the history of whitewashing and systematic racism in media. Purposefully lightening the skin of a character does not have the same context as trying to add diversity, which is usually the reason I see for darkening a character. Hats off to this person. Although I'm not wearing a hat right now, but hats off to them still. No further explanation is required to drive my point home here. If this person was an Uber driver, I'll have to give him a 5-star rating for driving my point home. A lot of people in general don't understand the concept of whitewashing, much less to contribute in perpetuating the idea with their artworks. Please, if you're really concerned, then there's a better approach in educating people than instantly stepping them on their faces. And this was in response to a person who took an artist's work and fixed it themselves by making the character darker, but also claiming they had equal rights as the artist to download the image and manipulate it by fixing the character and making it black, which is totally false, totally wrong. please don't do this ever. But then this Twitter user posted an image that just explains what is and what isn't considered as whitewashing in art. I hope everyone can learn from this. This is Marie, directly color picked from her official art. My wife, this is whitewashing. There is no reason to blatantly change her race in your art, and I can't see how this can't be motivated by racism. And now, if you take a closer look at both images, you can see the colors in her hair, her eyes, and her clothes generally remain the same, but her skin tone has drastically changed. Wow. Talk about enlightenment. This is not whitewashing. Artists don't need to color pick every character when they draw them. I usually color pick characters and then shift their hues slightly when laying down the colors to suit.
Yeah.
I want to be the best in the game.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I had to answer the phone
My
call.
style better. It is not whitewashing to not use the exact model's colors. Now in this version, you can see all the colors are not exactly the same as the original character, but they all are within the same tonal value structure, and the skin is not off from what it was originally. Although it may be slightly desaturated than the original, but the other colors are all muted and the hues shifted slightly as well, creating a similar color palette as the original character. This is also not whitewashing. This uses a pastel theme and everything here is lightened, including her clothing and tentacles. If her skin were lightened this much in a neutral drawing, that's probably not great. But this is an entire palette swap. You can still tell she's supposed to have dark skin. Well, thank you for that breakdown, Doc Cook. That's such a nice name. Imagine Doc Ock, but he's like a chef, and he's now Doc Cook, and all the tentacles are just holding like frying pans and like other cooking items and utensils, and he's like Doc Cook, but not Doc Ock. That would be wild. Thank you for the breakdown, Doc Cook. You just did the community a massive favor. I also went through all the other comments and replies on that tweet, and there were some pretty interesting opinions. There was also another tweet that also broke down whitewashing and how to properly paint dark skin, but sadly the tweet was deleted. But I ended up going back to an old thread that still had useful information on painting dark skin, and it was still written by the same person that had the previous tweet that was deleted. So all the information on there is pretty much correct, and the person is an amazing artist, and I think if you're trying to understand painting black skin as well, you can go read that thread. I'll leave a link in the description. I think there's a ton of useful information on painting dark skin in that thread, and I think it might probably be useful to you if you're trying to understand and get better at painting dark skin. Or you could also just pause the video and read the notes on screen if that's what you prefer to do, or you just don't have time to go on Twitter and look for the thread. Now as you can see, this is preferred to do, or you just...
What the hell is this? Okay.
just don't have time to go on Twitter and look for the thread. Now, as you can see, this is pretty controversial, and every artist has their own approach to painting skin, but most of the time all the techniques pretty much follow the same basic fundamental steps. Choosing a variety of colors. Black skin, much like every other skin tone, is made up of tons of different colors and subtle hues that shift depending on the atmosphere surrounding your character, the amount of light hitting it, and even the skin type. I think black skin has more color shifts than every other skin tone, especially if you're trying to paint it realistically. Dark skin tones vary from different shades of brown to browns with subtle orange hints and go all the way into the reds. Areas in shadow are usually warmer and push towards deeper reds for some skin tones, but the colors could always change depending on the situation. Reflectivity. Dark skin is quite reflective to some extent, so it's normal to see colors around the skin or even from the sky reflected back into the skin, especially when it's being hit by an ambient light source. For example, on a cloudy, dull day. Now, this is mostly apparent with people who have really dark black skin tone, especially in like mid-African countries like Kenya and Senegal, and some people from Sudan have really dark skin as well. And when they're out and about on like a cloudy day where they're maybe standing in shadow, you'll see their skin push towards blues and other cool tones, which is mostly just reflection from the sky and other things surrounding them, and sometimes it will push towards greens and other earthy tones when they're near trees or leaves. Now, this doesn't mean you should just paint black characters and throw in a bunch of colors because you think their skin is super reflective. Take the time to do studies so you can understand when and where to use these colors and what type of situation these colors exist in. And then you can understand how to properly approach choosing colors for each of these situations. Hands and feet. While other skin types may have brighter palms and soles of their feet, it's more glaring and apparent on dark skin, and it's probably one of the most overlooked parts of painting and coloring dark skin. Even I forget sometimes. The palms of the hand and soles of the feet are lighter than the back of the hand and other parts of the skin, so no matter what art style you're drawing or painting is, remember to keep the palms and soles of the feet at least 2 shades lighter than the rest of the skin. The nails are usually brighter, but you can literally just paint them however you want to paint them, especially since some people might have colored nails. Blush and freckles. These are kind of optional and you can add them if you want to, since dark skin generally does not have blush like how white skin has, but sometimes makeup artists add a subtle blush on the skin when they're doing makeup, so that's something you can keep in mind as well. These are mostly the main things to consider when painting dark skin. And just quickly, I would like to give a quick shout out to the artist Vigalia on Twitter. She has a lot of good resources and videos on painting dark skin, and I found out about her when I was making my last video on art advice on TikTok, so go watch that video if you haven't. But she's super amazing and you should definitely check out her TikTok videos. And most importantly, she has an online store with all the brushes she uses in her work, especially for hair, which is extremely helpful if you're trying to paint braids and other hairstyles for dark skin.
Straight hair brushes are the default in many drawing softwares, but why not curly hair? I say this because I make curly hair and protective style brushes, and some people are disqualified using them when straight hair brushes are literally the default in these softwares. Procreate noticed my statement and said they were bringing it up to their official brush author to see what they can do about the default brushes. They then recommended my brushes for anyone looking for hair brushes. But being the #1 curly hair and protective style brush designer in the world, I think it'd be cooler if we worked together. What do you think?
So if you're trying to speed up your painting process, you should definitely go check out her store and show some support by buying a brush pack or 2. Anyway, thanks for sticking around to the end of the video. Drop a like on the video if you enjoyed it, share it with a friend, follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Mohammed Agbadi, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you're new here. Alright, pretty penguins, I'll see you in the next video. Peace. Alright, today we're going to go on everybody's favorite app, TikTok, and I hope we don't run into any questionable videos.
I asked you a question. You say me true, okay?
Of course.
Other night on ball, what kind of fuck you give me?
What?
What kind of fuck you give me?
What kind? I don't...
American people hate kind of fuck. Love fuck, hate fuck, sex only fuck, break up fuck, make up fuck, drunk fuck, bloody fuck, piggy fuck.
I have no idea where you heard that.
Third host family.
Okay, that is wrong. Okay, there's a whole spectrum of emotions and motivations. And don't say fuck, it's vulgar. Say something else, like, make love or, I don't know.
So, what's love fuck?
I guess I called it too early. Now let's look for some drawing advice or art tips and see if we can learn anything from these unlicensed art teachers on TikTok.
Over the last 5 to 6 years, I've completed 20 to 30 sketchbooks, and from this vantage, I'll point out a few ideas on how you can improve your craft in less time. It might seem obvious, but they are to focus on consistency, quantity, and speed. Especially if you're just starting out, I think it's better to make 100 30-second sketches than it is to spend even more time on just one picture. I say 30 seconds because that's actually a common interval for gesture drawings. By doing this for 1 hour a day, you'll have 100 chances to calibrate your sense of proportion and the nuances of the human form. So even if you start with stick figures, you'll grow quickly. In 30 days, you'll have 3,000 drawings. Also, this doesn't mean make throwaway art. Try your best and take pride in your effort, however humble it may seem. You're going to learn the most by doing. So do a lot, do it quickly, and do it every day. At least, that's how I got here.
Now the way he started that video almost got me riled up. But as the video went on, he actually began to make sense. Now I wouldn't want to spend 10,000 hours drawing multiple images if I have no idea of how anatomy works and proportion, because doing that will just waste your time and you will end up seeing no progress at all.
Yeah,
so the best way to me to take this method and apply it is to understand anatomy and proportion first, and then you can convey that into doing gestures. You can start off with doing gestures and then learn your anatomy later, but I think both of them kind of go hand in hand. Either way, you're going to need both of them to make a good drawing of a human figure. So go figure, I guess.
I think a lot of new artists make the mistake of trying to do a perfect drawing immediately. Try to get every mark exactly right. Instead of that, I would say give yourself the freedom to scribble. Give yourself the freedom to make mistakes, and realize that drawings can be refined. Put down some initial marks, and if they don't feel right, you can revise those marks. And learning how to revise your drawing is part of drawing itself. That's a skill that needs to be developed. You can only make that skill by making incorrect marks. Marks that are out of place, that are disproportionate, that don't feel right. You're going to get that feeling, I need to change something. That's the feeling of developing your drawing intuition. It's really valuable, and it's going to make you a better artist.
I feel like this is just forcing yourself to make mistakes even when you don't have to. I mean, I guess, yes, you can do sketches and refine them if you see something that's wrong, but if you're making a sketch or you're making an underlying drawing and you don't see anything wrong with your proportions or your anatomy, you don't have to force yourself to make an out of place mark or line just so you can later come in and try to fix it by using your drawing intuition. It just comes to you naturally, so you don't have to force yourself to make mistakes. Obviously, when you're making sketches, you might draw some parts of the body that will be out of proportion, and if you've been studying your proportions and anatomy for a while, or if you've just been doing figure drawings, you should be able to tell what part of your drawing is looking wonky or what part of your anatomy needs to be fixed without having to just make a bunch of mistakes and try to cover them up later. So I guess this tip might work for some people, and it probably won't work for everybody else.
Stop drawing sketches like this. You are ruining your art. Humans don't look like sketches like this. You are ruining your art. Humans don't look like that. Our shoulders have way more range of motion than this, and our legs are really far from straight lines. Everybody's going to draw a little bit differently, but you should start off all of your sketches with a shape kind of like this. You can draw it super fast, which means your proportions are way more likely to stay correct. If you spend a lot of time putting unnecessary details into your construction sketch, you'll quickly lose track of the larger picture, which is more likely to drive your proportions way off into the weeds. Don't draw a complete stick figure though. The shape of our ribcage and pelvis affects poses a lot. From here you'll want to mark out the joints, and then start to add volume. But our limbs change shape as they bend, which is why this tube method is really just holding you back.
There's so much truth in what she said, but the way she just said it just made it sound so funny. I think those mannequins are just used to help you understand how poses work, and they're not generally meant for you to use them as your underlying figure before you draw your anatomy all over that. I mean, just thinking of drawing anatomy over everything is probably going to be the most stressful thing ever. I guess you can use that to understand how the body will flow in some certain poses, because you're able to move the joints and the elbows and other parts of the body. You don't necessarily have to draw the mannequin as it is unless you're actually trying to study the mannequin, which I don't see any reason why you have to just draw a direct mannequin when you can actually just go and take photos of people boxing or doing some sports, and then you have a better way to study the figure in motion. Oh wow, that's pretty cute. I think this is geared to people who use Procreate and want to make their line art look kind of colorful and cute, as he said. Photos of the figure. Oh wow, that's pretty cute. I think this is geared to people who use Procreate and want to make their line art look kind of colorful and cute, as he said it. But you can also do this in Photoshop or whatever drawing program you use by using an outer glow on your line art and choosing whatever color you want. But you can also do his method where you just do it on the face by putting a bunch of colors and blurring them.
Oh god, the music.
This just reminded me of university or art lecture. He'll have us just go outside and just draw random things. Sometimes they will take us to literally trash. They will take us to trash and make us just draw trash. Or sometimes they will take us to an abandoned truck or something and tell us to draw that without telling us the point of what we were doing, why we're doing that, or what we're supposed to be learning as we're doing that. And this kept on happening till I left that school. I can't remember one time when a lecturer actually told us what we're supposed to be learning in that drawing. They just kept on making us draw without teaching us anything. How I approach it after years and years of doing it without knowing what I was doing. Thank you, university teachers. First thing I will keep in mind is just trying to nail my proportions. If you have multiple things in your image, if you have multiple subjects in your image, you have to make sure the proportions between all of them are accurate. At least, if it's not the same as what you're seeing, at least just make sure they're in proportion within your own drawing. And then the next thing I'll try to focus on is the light's direction and just making sure my shading is correct. Books and watching tutorials help me a ton. Right now there is a ton of other different artists that you can learn from. And I would say for anyone just trying to focus on drawing figures, painting figures and all that, Sam has good tutorials on his Patreon if you're trying to get good at just painting faces. Jordan Grimmer, can't remember his last name, has good tutorials on environments as well, so you can learn from him as well. And any other artist that inspires you, there's a ton of other different artists you can learn from right here on YouTube, so you should just do your homework and look for them. And if you want to help other people watching this video, you can just leave names of other art YouTubers in the comments that other people can learn from as well.
How to draw belly buttons. Let's get started.
Literally like all kinds of belly buttons you can do. I'm gonna show you a few ways I do mine. People usually just draw a circle, like, you know, like this. That looks weird, like, nah. Instead, draw the letter A. Okay, now go inside and add 2 swooping lines like that, and boom, that looks much more natural. Another way you can do it is, like, you know, draw a line upward that kind of curves outward, then a line going down, then a line going that way, and then going like that. Boom, you got belly button number 2. Next one you can do is like a little line across, then you go out downward like that, making like a little, I don't know, stool. And then a small little curve right here. This one kind of looks like an eye if you look close enough. Next one you're gonna have like a 2 slanted lines like this, then another line like that, and a line like that. That's more narrow looking. The next one is my favorite one. Draw a line, then a little house, and then a circle.
I think his comments are the most funniest thing ever. Someone said, how do you draw the girl without what? How do you draw a girl without a shirt? Please show me. I guess you have to show them now, AJ.
Let's get started.
Whew.
That was a really ridiculously long process. I think if you're trying to draw the eye, you just need to get the shape first, instead of just drawing a circle over and over and over and over again until it looks like a circle, and then you draw the shape over that. That's just taking so much time. You can't do this without doing all that, I guess. But if it works for you, that is totally fine. You can do whatever. You don't have to switch your methods for another person's method. Just keep doing you. Just keep doing what works for you, and make sure you're comfortable doing that. No pressure at all. Anyway, that's all the videos I can allow myself to watch today. Maybe some other time we will watch more videos, and you can tag me in your videos or share some funny videos or art tips you see with me on Twitter or Instagram, and I might make a video out of them. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like, drop this video a like, share it with a friend, and subscribe to my channel if you're new here. With that being said, I will see all of you pretty penguins next week in the next video. Peace. Hey, how's it going, and welcome back to my channel. Today we're going on TikTok, and we're going to take a look at some art tips that could potentially harm your growth and could stop you from actually improving and getting better at drawing. And I got this idea from Sam Does Art, and if anyone isn't watching his videos now, I really can't tell you anything.
Art tips from someone paying $12,000 to do art good. I need to draw the backside of this character. I need to draw the bud. Quick way to do that is just to fucking flip it and then erase everything inside. Because even if your character is backwards, the silhouette stays the same. Yeah.
Now, I wouldn't even lie, I've used this art tip before when doing turnarounds for characters, where you have to draw the front view of the character, the side, and then the back view. And just to make drawing the back view easier, I'll just take the front view of the character and erase everything within the silhouette of the character, and then redraw everything as if I was looking at that character from the back. Yes, the silhouette may stay the same, but the proportions and the features of the character, like his hands, his feet, the way he's posing his body, is obviously going to be in a different direction. So I think I'll give this art tip a 7 over 10. It's practical, but I wouldn't ideally advise you to keep using this, especially if you're doing professional work. It's good to know how to draw a character from the front, from the side, and from whatever angle you want to draw that character in. Now, this is actually a very good tip. Before I even get into explaining it, I'm going to give this tip a 10 over 10. It's a really good tip. If you're trying to get better at drawing characters, drawing expressions of characters, and making those expressions very believable and pass a sense of feeling and emotion of a character, this tip. This is actually a very good tip. Before I even get into explaining it, I'm going to give this tip a 10 over 10. It's a really good tip. If you're trying to get better at drawing characters, drawing expressions of characters, and making those expressions very believable and pass a sense of feeling and emotion of a character, you really have to be drawing faces a lot of times. You really have to keep on drawing faces and understanding expressions, and just drawing them from different angles, drawing different expressions, drawing when a character is sad, drawing when a character is happy, just making sure you're practicing drawing expressions. And what better way to do that than by just getting a mirror and keeping that in front of your desk and just making different expressions while you draw. That is one way you can approach it. Another good way to study the face and expressions is by using your phone to take selfies of yourself. I'm guessing every one of us has a cell phone, so it's just easy to just take selfies. If you don't want to use a mirror or you don't have a mirror close by, you can just take selfies, make various expressions, and then draw from those and study that and study the features of the face. And if you don't understand how to draw the features of the face, go online and look for the Andrew Loomis head and hands, and use that to understand where the features of the face sit, and that is obviously going to help you in drawing better faces. Another thing you can do that will help you in drawing expressions is you can look for reference sheets from Disney animated movies. Basically, Disney and Pixar animated movies are really fine. You can get the expression sheets and you can study the expressions of those. If those are hard to find, you can just go on Pinterest and search character expression sheets, and you'll find a ton of them will pop.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a really funny one. So I'm guessing this person thinks you're just going to be drawing faces without any feature in them. So if you can't draw the features of the face, you just cover everything with hair. It could work for a certain look if that is what you're going for, but there is always going to be a time where you're going to have to draw at least the eyes of the character or the nose, unless you really want to make not showing the mouth or other features of your character you're in, which is fine with me. I mean, no one has seen what Fighting Sand looks like. She has been wearing a mask in all her YouTube videos and none of us are complaining, so I mean, why can't you just do that with your drawing, right? I'm guessing you finally learned how to draw fantastic images. You have an entire catalog of just portraits and amazing images you can't wait to show anyone, and you're probably thinking of the best place to show your work to people and potential clients. Usually I'll suggest Instagram, but right now Instagram is destroying people with its algorithms. Your best bet is to create a professional looking website with Squarespace. They literally have the best platform for creating professional websites. Everything is fully functional and you can edit anything you want yourself. You can even go back and arrange the code if that's something you enjoy doing. So if that's something you're interested in looking into, I'll suggest you go to the website squarespace.com/Mohammed and use code Mohammed to save 10% off your first purchase. All the links are in the description for you to check them out.
Is there anything going on in your character's head? Probably, but they look a little stiff. And you wonder how artists are achieving these dynamic and expressive poses. I'm going to teach you a technique called gesture drawing. This is a quick sketch that captures the feeling of a pose in the different forms in motion. So, how do you get started? You start with the line of action. Also, don't mind that the model is a little bit naked. He's very shy. This is what you do in figure drawing. This singular line describes the angle and movement of the pose and will also help you place your weight. My line here is following the body's angles. From here I can quickly place his limbs, his head, his chest, his shoulders. This is figure drawing at its very basic. No sharp angles, just smooth lines. Now I'm going to show you what it might look like without tracing. In figure drawing classes, a lot of the time you'll spend the first 30 minutes of class as a warm-up, doing gesture drawings, 10 minutes each. I hope this helps you get more dynamic and expressive poses in your art.
This is actually a really good tip. An artist that draws very fluid gesture is Glenn Vilppu. The way he draws his characters and he draws his figures with just using gesture and gesture lines is absolutely insane. If you're trying to understand how to draw gesture or how to just convey the feeling of movement in your characters or in your drawings when you're drawing figures from memory or from photo reference or from life, Glenn Vilppu is someone you can always look into studying. Now you can also use this tip without even understanding anatomy, but if you just know how the shapes of the muscles you're drawing look like, you can convey a fine gesture of whatever figure or pose you're trying to draw from. But if you understand anatomy, it's going to take you next level, since after you have drawn your gesture and you want to start fleshing out the character properly, you're obviously going to need some anatomy, and if you understand how anatomy works, it's going to help you in just drawing your figure and making a much more convincing figure than just drawing gesture. I think the website Quick Poses just allows you to practice drawing gestures, and you can also set the time limit you want to use for your drawings. And the website also allows you to choose what types of pose you want, how long you want for each pose to last, the time limit you want to spend drawing, and it also shows you some examples of what gesture drawings look like, so you can try to draw your gestures in the style they show you with the examples, or you can just use your own technique or whatever you're comfortable with. So yeah, 10 over 10, great tip, and it works. Alright, I think this entire video is just solely based on this person's own understanding and expectations of his own art or her own art, or the shows you or whatever. Yo, 10 over 10, great tip, and it works. Alright, I think this entire video is just solely based on this person's own understanding and expectations of his own art or her own art or their own art, because I'm not sure what this person's pronouns is, and I guess right now everyone has a pronoun. So the first tip is smaller head and smaller eyes. I don't really consider a good tip. I mean, like I said, there's certain drawing style where you would want to have big eyes like anime, or a big head if that is what the character has, and you won't want to go around drawing a small head because you feel it will make your drawings look better. You have to understand the proportions of the character you're drawing and just make sure you're nailing those proportions in each frame or wherever or whenever you're drawing that particular character. I don't agree with this as well. Using saturation in your work is something don't agree, or whenever you're drawing that particular character. I don't agree with this as well. Using saturation in your work is something I have done, is something I like to do. You have to understand where and when to use saturation. So if you're trying to draw attention to a certain part of the image, you can make that particular area much more saturated than the other parts of the image, and I will automatically be drawn to that particular place that has the saturated color. But if your entire palette is just muted, then that is just the style that you're going for with your work. I know artists who have a very desaturated look in their color palette, and that's just how they like their colors looking. That's just their own style of painting and of coloring their images. And I know artists that have super saturated works and it still looks good. Both styles look amazing, and there's nothing wrong with any of those styles. This is just a choice you have to make if you want to have your images look saturated, or if you want to have your images look much more calmer and muted. It all depends on you. It all depends on the mood of the image you're going for, and if this is a client's work, it also depends on what that client wants. So some clients might want you to match a certain look if they already have a franchise they're making, and you're just going to create art that fits in that franchise. Obviously you're going to have to match what they already have. If all the images they already have are super saturated, you can't come there and tell them that, oh hey, my color palette is muted and I can't make saturated images because that's against my rules, and this TikTok art tip said I can never use saturated colors. They will just kick you out and hire someone else that will do what they want.
Here's how to become a better artist in 30 seconds. Number 1. Draw 100 empty square boxes and don't make them too big. Number 2. Fill every single one of those boxes with a piece of artwork, a drawing, a painting in your unique art style. Number 3. Draw things you've never drawn before. Number 4. Don't worry about it being absolutely perfect, and don't worry about creating a masterpiece in every single box. Number 5. Just focus on filling every single box with a unique piece of art.
You know, one thing that pisses me off, aside from just someone telling me how to get better, is someone telling you how to get better without actually giving you any direct tip or telling you what will make you better. They're just telling you to go and draw. This tip is exactly the same as people who tell you draw every day without telling you how to draw. If you make 10,000 boxes and are just filling them with random drawings that literally have nothing to do with what you want to see yourself drawing in future. You're just going to be stuck in the same place that you have been in whenever you finish making those drawings. You're just going to remain the same. There's no way you're going to improve in whatever way possible because you're not practicing the fundamentals. You're not triggering your brain to learn anything that forces you to understand perspective or depth or anatomy or color or anything that you're going to use in making a better image. You're just randomly filling blank paper with lines that you feel will make you better, but in the long run, they're definitely not taking you anywhere. He even got 30,000 likes and 200.
Alright.
Invest in my name. Check no restraints. I'm obsessed with the pain.
So we're done. I think we're done with the back view. There we go. Make a reference for the eyes. Dave is like the opposite of Abidel. It's much more gentle and hopelessly romantic. They have this some sort of a sleepy eyes. Yeah, I might want the eyes here. There. Maybe need to be a bit taller. Okay, much better. Draw out the eyes. that's the eyes. Might need a bigger outline. Down. Down. Come on. There we go. Nice. Awesome. Now maybe we should make a reference for the mouth. Let me get a picture of my mouth open. We use that as a reference. Let me grab the reference first.
Comments. Let's see what the people in the comments are saying. Guys, something else you could do is every square is a song that you're listening to and draw what that songs make you feel. I mean, that's a good idea, but it's obviously not an art tip. Him, don't worry about creating a masterpiece in every single box. Still him creates a masterpiece in every single box. Why do I feel like he literally didn't create any masterpiece at all? This is a very good comment. This person said, so to become better at drawing, I have to draw, right? But I want direct results. I don't understand that last part. This is a very good comment. This person said, so to become better at drawing, I have to draw, right? But I want direct results. I don't understand that last part of the message. But then the person who posted the tip said, not just draw, but draw a lot whilst pushing yourself to come up with original ideas. Oh my god. What are you even talking about? Please, what original ideas will I come up with if I don't even understand how to draw in the first place? You're telling someone to draw, but the person doesn't even understand what it takes to make up an image. How else do you think that person is going to improve? This is such a horrible art tip. This is actually a pretty decent art tip. A lot of people make this mistake. It's a very common mistake. I think I probably made it myself. Not think, I have definitely made this mistake myself. Where you're drawing the bridge of the nose and you're connecting it to the eye. It looks like the eye is connected to the nose bridge because when you turn your eye this way away from wherever your light source is, this line right here just goes up and it looks like it's connecting to the eye, but it's not. It actually goes up and tends to go up towards the eyebrow much more than it goes up towards the eye. Now why it looks like it's connected to the eye is because the eye becomes covered, so you can't see this part, the corner of the eye, you can't see it because the nose bridge is covering it. And that's also something you need to consider whenever you're trying to draw the eye, but from an angle, especially when you can't see it. So if your character's face, or if you're drawing a face that's turned slightly in this 3/4 angle, what you want to do is to always make sure the bridge of the nose comes up and then you connect it to the eyebrow.
Excuse me.
Well, I guess this is a pretty decent tip if your character's mouth is made up of only teeth and they never open their mouths. This is the best tip in this video. It's like that meme where they say how to draw an owl and then you draw a bunch of circles and the next thing is the owl. This is exactly that. Someone said that would This is the best tip in this video. It's like that meme where they say how to draw an owl and then you draw a bunch of circles and the next thing is the owl. This is exactly that. Someone said that was useful. Thanks. I'm gonna use that to draw Kirby. I really thought this was gonna help me. I was getting paper for notes. I feel betrayed. I'm so sorry. It's actually going to help you. You're just not seeing the bigger picture. This person said, very thorough tutorial, barely any missing points. Overall, a 10 over 10. Isn't that what I told you guys? There are no steps skipped in this tutorial. Everything was clear as water.
I got the best art tip for you. When you're shading, do you just randomly go from dark to light to dark, from mid-tones to light? It is just a mess. This tip is gonna save you years. Depends on the medium. When using watercolors, it's traditional to go from light, mid-tones, then to your darkest value. With colored pencils, you go from dark, using circular motions to your lightest value. You can go over everything with a very light value to get a very smooth look and transition between your colors. For digital, my specialty, I start with my mid-tone colors, then add my shadows, then add my highlights. This is an advanced version of that, and I'll teach you how to do this in another tutorial. For acrylic, you start with your mid-tones, then you go to your darkest values, and then you go to your light value, aka your highlight. Acrylic and digital is pretty much the same. That's why I tell all digital artists, learn how to do acrylic painting, because that taught me worlds about how to use layers properly and all the good stuff.
Well, since I have no idea how to do acrylic and I don't use watercolor or colored pencils, but what I do know from here is digital art, so I'll talk about that. It depends on the artist. For me, sometimes I start with a very dark color, which could be my shadow, and then I place my mid-tones on top of that, and then I place my highlights on top of that, and then I go back and place the darkest tones in my image. So I'm pretty much having like a 4-value structure in the image. I've seen other artists that start the same way as you did here, where they place their mid-tones first, and then they place their darks, and then they place their 4th dark before they now go ahead and place the highlights. It all depends on how you work with the arrangement in your head or how you use layers. I think the placement of each of these lighting setups is really not as important as understanding how to use them in your work and what colors go where in your work. So decent art tip, I'll give this an 8 over 10. Anyway, I'm glad you made it to the end of the video. If you enjoyed the video, please leave it a like, subscribe to my channel if you're new here, and if you want to support the channel or help an African prince, you can always buy me a coffee using the link in the description. With that being said, I'll see you in the next video. Peace.
Alright, so this is what we got so far. I'm just gonna copy paste the mark here. Right, so we basically almost done. I'm just gonna adding some other reference elements into this thing. And now we're gonna apply the similar touch-up on Dave onto Abidel, the first model we the reference sheet we made, to make them uniform in a way. So yeah, maybe, and then try to look up any errors I can find here. Like, I have suspicion that the shoulder is a bit too high or something. I don't know. We'll see. I don't have the eyes for it. Anyway, thank you for joining me today. We'll continue next time. See you guys around. Bye bye.
Think about about others way before myself, yeah. I guess that's why I feel like I go through hell, damn. Wasting time on your dreams instead of mine, yeah. About to turn this franchise around on a dime, man. It's all about finding your right state of mind. It's all about turning the worst into fine. It's all about time and the work and the climb. From the thirst we will rise, I'm immersed in this life. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth. Just focus on yourself first. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth. Just focus on yourself first.